Oh man, gotta get used to sitting back in this chair. This is something else. See what is going to happen today. Let me see here. Gotta go back. Let me see. Refresh the page. Let me see. Huh. It's weird. Wait, what's that? Taser? Okay, so this has to be the one here. That's a little bit weird how it's showing up. I don't know. It's just a little bit odd. Let me edit that title real quick. I said I'm gonna type that a little bit too capital there. All right, so chances are I might not actually have people in this live stream. It's a little bit late. People probably sleep, but so originally, I was just doing a live stream to check, what people's opinions and feelings are directly dealing with this story, and I was actually getting quite a few different comments. I'm not sure. Can I actually? Let me see if I can do that. Let me see if I can actually uh, highlight some of these comments here. Gotta go to channel, then I gotta go to community real quick. So let's highlight. Let me see if I can actually do it. Let me single this out, right? And then what would I go to here? It's been a minute since I did this. Let me see. I don't think I specifically want to go to browser. I want to go to it would be window capture. Yep. And that would be the one right there. So then we would do this to try to get this as close to possible. I'm not sure how well that might actually show up. Let me see if I can look at StreamYard. I think that's actually showing up pretty clear. So like some of the comments that we actually had dealing with the story, it varies at this moment in time, right? So we had a couple of people, right, that stated, play with frost demons, you get frostbite. In this case, a deep freeze. Another person, oh, not again. Hero Aaron said, rest in peace preference. Another person, you ain't lying either. And I guess that's like directly to the comment that I left above. Yellow Rose stated, out of the kindness and tenderness of my heart, I would like to donate to expletives. I wish I could take her to Burger King, but the police already beat me to it. I had a response, somebody laughing. Another person said, in other important news, my dog got out of the gate today and she was later found. Other people agreeing with it. Rick Moran said they want a cave type woman. They get cave type behavior. Dorian Maram, if I pronounced that correctly, basically replied to me and stating, tell them, SEIJIHITO, tell them As a African woman, your message that you preach has taught me never to even wish stepping on American soil. You people have to put up with a lot, and I clearly responded, but we survive as we normally do. But you guys have issues as well, like Neo China, as I call it, or AKA the Africa takeover, AKA the second colonization of that continent. This is the second time another country and another group of people have come to Africa to take what y'all got. But from what I've seen from your news, is that your higher ups are selling off a lot of land to the highest bidder. Oh well, along with African women dating, marrying, and having children with outside men. I hope those women understand how those men are in their own countries with their own women. Now, I stated that due to the fact that I understand that, we have a issue, right, back and forth when it comes to Africans and Black Americans, right? We don't like them, they don't like us, yada, 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 right? And the main thing I try to let people realize, especially those who are coming over here, like I said, I'm not, going at all Africans when I'm talking about this. I'm generalizing, of course, but I'm more so speaking to the Africans that directly always want to get on Twitter, IG, or whatever it is, and they're like, "Oh, but you Black Americans, you always eat our food and bite our style and all this other type of stuff." And I'm like, hold on there. We created throughout everything that we've been through in America, we created a genre of music that the whole world is now copying, wants to basically mimic, wants to take a part of, wants to magically have ownership over. We've created a style that everybody around the world is emulating. People have their own national styles, their own national wardrobes, and their haircuts and different things like that, and their own type of language that they speak over there. But yet, magically, when rap comes up, when magically Black Americans put something out there, now everybody wants to have a certain type of slang. Now everybody wants to have a certain type of swag or a style, the way that they dress and they carry themselves. Now people want to start, wearing gold chains, and they want to start having like fades and different designs in their hair and all this other type of stuff. When originally people wasn't trying to do this. Let's look back to the early 80s and 70s. How many people were really trying to sit up there and copy Black people when it came to, the slang and different things like that? No, white people were still doing their white thing. Asian people were still doing their Asian thing. Russian people were still doing a Russian thing, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. When Black Americans made all of this cool, that's when everybody else magically wants to be associated with it. Before then, nobody wanted to be associated with anything Black. So, like I said before, y'all can miss me with that whole thing of saying that, we trying to bite y'all culture and stuff. Like the most that we like, it's like, all right, some of the African garments are dope. We like colors, bright colors, different stuff like that. It's dope. A lot of us would like to get in touch with, where it is that our bloodline traces back to and different things of that nature. We have certain interests in there. But as a whole, are Black Americans trying to directly 100% copy and take over, everything and that? No, you got the wrong people. You might want to go back and look at the Europeans. You might want to now look at the Asians who are over there at this moment in time colonizing your land. Like I said, it ain't us. It ain't us. Like I said, it's very few places that Black people are willing to go where we know that in a sense we're not wanted. If we have a sense that realistically we're not wanted, we're not about to sit up there and show up. We're not even going to try to even make our presence known. We're just not going to sit up there and do that. So, like I said, to all of those Africans out there that feel a certain type of way or different things like that, y'all better start checking yourselves. Y'all better start checking y'all people. You better start checking your higher ups. That's running, the countries, within that continent. Don't come here for black people. Because like I said, we've been sitting up there fighting since everything started. It seems like other people just sat up there and gave up. Like I said, if like I said, and this is me being real. If we want to sit up there and be real about some of the hardest fighters out here, you might want to sit up there and look at the Haitians. Look at them and look at where that fight set up there and got them. They fought so hard and set up there and set Europeans back that, they're forever in a sense in turmoil because they won, because they are champions. And, you have Europe making an example directly out of them. You have the United States government making an example directly out of the people of Haiti. Why do you think that they go through so many earthquakes? Why do you think that they went through assassinations? Why do you think that they end up having so many issues with their government and different things like that? It's not for a whatever reason. It's because they have certain individuals out there that are specifically targeting them so that other people, right, around the world don't get the idea of like, yo, all right, we don't want you to try to be like them because we're going to show you what happens when you try to be like them. We're going to set an example. So just in case you happen to think that you even have a shot in the dark of reenacting what it is that they did, this is what's going to happen to you. You might win. You might win that battle, but this whole war, you're not going to sit up there and win it. And that's what they're doing to Haiti. Like I said before, all of that money that was donated to Haiti, what happened to that? What happened to that? Like I said, people don't question them, but it is whatever it is. Next couple of comments. Pud said, I love the cover message because it's bars. It is straight bars because the girl is an OnlyFans. Like that's all she's known for. That's all she has directly to her celebrity and different things like that. She is the only person and the last person to, in a sense, see that man alive. And the other thing that we got some other ones down here. Hold on, let me see if I can pull those up. My bad. We got Tethers love them trailer individuals. He's not FBA, so I don't care. Oh man, got the brother Torian Reigns comment up here. Ask me how do I Oh man. It's not funny, but it is funny at the same time because I can just hear the brother like already saying it. So it's like that's why I'm laughing. I'm not laughing at the at the situation. And you got Prince, this man sitting up here laughing, and we got Gail down here. Because originally the message that I put up here, and like I said before, this is to I'm not even sure if anybody's even watching, but I'm just going to talk like they are. But this is what I've stated all the times on my platform. And like I said before, I have a lot of black people out here that are too stupid and that lack intelligence and common sense to actually comprehend, basic things, right? So I have to break it down to children, right? Which makes no sense because I'm pretty sure a lot of the people that I'm directing this at are actually older than me, which is very shameful to say. I shouldn't have to talk to people who are older than me like children. But like I said, it is what it is. You got to teach people sometimes, right? So the main thing that I've stated is that, as I've stated before on this channel, this is what happens when you make the wrong choices. And America will show you what time it is when it comes to one of its own. They will do anything to protect them with the quickness. And to the others out there, meaning others in the diaspora, right? As we like to say, out there coming from other countries thinking you're different. America will treat you just like any other. You can put those words directly in there. In America, don't get it twisted. And I'm like, that's as simple as I can sit up there and put it. I don't care what area of Africa that you're from. I don't care what degree that you feel that you have, where you're over everybody else in Black America and all this other type of stuff. I like I said before, you can miss me with that. The only people that you're realistically impressing is the white people out there that you're trying to be next to. I'm just going to be honest. I'm just gonna be honest, and I'm like I said before. Let me get specific because I understand I hurt feelings out here. I'm specifically talking to the Africans who automatically think that they're better than the Black Americans who have been here, who have been fighting, who have made it through so much and overcome quite a bit, to basically be where they are at this current moment in time. Right? Like I said before, I just need them to understand that without us, you would not be able to come to this country. Without the blood, the sweat, the tears, the sacrifice, all the dead bodies that are around, without us sacrificing all the things that we did, you would not be able to come here to this country to sit up there and put your noses up at us just so you can stand toe to toe with white people and say, yeah, look at those, those Black Americans. AKA, yeah, look at them over there. Even though I'm African, I might have the same skin complexion. I'm different from them. I'm nothing like them. Like I said, I've heard it before. I've heard it before. And this is why, I, in a sense, don't have much to say when I see people in the comment section going in on Africans. I don't. I don't, because I look online and I see what a lot of Africans like to sit up there and write about Black Americans. But mind you, you're over here, which is the craziest part, which is the craziest part. You come directly to somebody else's home and you decide that you want to look around. You're like, oh, this is your house. That's it. You guys look poor. I you can't do any better. This is all that you can afford. Like, you literally roll into somebody's house and you want to start bad mouthing and critiquing them as if you didn't just come fresh off the boat. Like I said before, if everything in your country is so awesome and great, then you would obviously be doing all of your schooling there. But let's go back to what just recently happened in Ukraine. That's not what's taking place. If you can't make it over here in America, you're over there in Europe. And you're sitting up there doing all of your schooling directly up there. You're marrying the Europeans up there, having your European kids and your European families with your European education, living next door to Europeans. And then what happens? War breaks out. And guess who gets left behind? You. Guess who gets mistreated? You. Guess who has to go through the racism, discrimination, and bigotry, just like Black Americans have to sit up there and go through? You. But yet you claim that you're better. You claim that you're different. You claim that this only happens to us. You claim that we're just playing the victim mentality and all these other types of things. You like to claim that racism and all these other types of things don't happen, that we make these things up, but yet we have an example of one of yours who decided to do the same thing that other Black men in this country do. And guess what happened to him? He ended up gone, life taken, snatched away by who? Not by a Black American, not by somebody who looks like me. It was by somebody who looks quite European, quite pagan, quite alabaster, if you ask me. Quite interesting how that happens, right? Isn't it interesting how a lot of people like to co-sign how Black people are the most violent, right? When it comes to the world, right? They want to go over all of these stats. But yet you have somebody whose lineage goes all the way back, originated over there in Africa. And they come over here to better themselves and get an education. What is the first thing they sit up there and do? Snatch up a white girl. Snatch up a white girl. Now, mind you, there are tweets directly up there where, quote unquote, during his high school years, he was bad mouthing and talking negatively about Black women. Mind you, he has some family members directly up there and they're bad mouthing and talking negatively about Black men. So this is why clearly in the comment section, I'm not really technically saying too much when people give the responses that they give, because they have the right to sit up there and feel that way. Because when you decide to come from a whole other continent to come directly over here and you want to attack Black people, but you're not attacking the individuals that are directly taking the lives of your people, I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know what to tell you. Like I said before, this is what happens when people put too much focus on Black people and they're not focusing on the other people that surround them. This is what happens. This is that clear-cut example. Let me take this Let me take that down. This is that clear-cut example right here. This is what happens. And this is the main thing that I try to let black people know, because like I said before, I love y'all. I love y'all. I want to see y'all prosper. I want to see y'all make it. But obviously, the thing I'm understanding is that obviously I love black people too much. And because of that, I noticed that black people just so happen to take that for granted. So let me start off like this, right? So when I normally try to do these videos and I try to explain to a lot of black women out there, right? Let me get on the two types of black women, right? You have one type of black woman who decides, hey, I'm just going to, go out there and do whatever it is that I want to do. And I have no hard feelings towards my community. I have no hard feelings towards black men, but I want to see what else is out there. And if I can find happiness, fine, so be it. You're a grown woman. Go out there and do whatever it is that you want to do. You're not even on my radar, just like I'm not even on your radar. So like I said before, we all good. You're over there in your yard. I'm over here directly in my yard. Like I said, I wish you well. I wish no harm directly comes to you, right? But then you have the other type, right? Where you have what is called divestors, right? And these are the individuals. These are the types of black women who like to talk negatively. These are the three things that they like to sit up there and do, right? They like to parade as though, in a sense, they care about the community, but they really don't, right? And then they want to sit up there and say that they care about black women, they're for the sisterhood and all these other things, but realistically, they don't. How do I know that they don't? Because 9 times out of 10, when I go through social media, when I go through all of these tweets, all of these Instagrams, and you have black women getting their lives taken by their white counterpart, you know what I happen to see from them? Silence. Silence. Amazing, isn't it? But these are the same women that say that they care for black women and the sisterhood and for black women being independent and having their free choices. But when that free choice ends up inevitably leading to the loss of life, magically they're like, well, I'm independent. That was her mistake. That has nothing to do with me. She made the wrong choice, right? And they just decide to just cross her name directly off the list. Don't even mention her. Don't even mention the name of the guy or the complexion of the guy who did that to that black woman. When realistically, I thought that these types of women were supposed to care about the lives of black women. I thought you were supposed to champion for these black women. I thought you were supposed to uplift and make sure that their names are remembered, right? Because black men aren't going to sit up there and do it. Black men don't sit up there and care. Black men are detrimental and yada 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 yada, right? Those types of black women, I have tried to do my best, right, in a sense of actually caring and listing examples of what can potentially happen. But what I have learned to understand is that at the end of the day, because I'm a black man, it doesn't matter, right? Because I am not their preference. So because I am not their preference, they're not going to listen. But even though they're not going to listen, right? Pay attention now. They're not going to listen to what this black man has to say, but they will listen to videos that they feel are specifically pointing them out, talking about them, and they'll leave a comment under every single one of those videos. And they'll make sure to periodically check my YouTube page to see if I'm talking about black women so that they can chime in. But when I bring up stories like this in reverse where it deals with black women, they don't got nothing to say. Oh, I'm sorry. They do have something to say. They like to deflect. They'll be like, well, this wouldn't happen if black men actually love black women more. Well, black men are doing a lot worse. Let me list to you these 5 stories or these 20 stories or whatever it is of what black men have been doing to black women and to black children and to the black community. Really? So because you don't want to seem as a negative towards your preference, because in your mind, you're like, yo, if any one of these guys happens to catch me actually speaking out, it's going to lessen my chances of living happy ever after. I'm not going to be Snow White. I'm not going to be that Disney princess. I'm not going to get my white knight in that white diamond out shining armor. Really? So because you feel that one of these Caucasian dudes are going to sit up there and track you down and go through your social media and put this on some WS type website where they're going to let all the other white guys know, hey, don't go for this one. She's one of them. She's for them. She's not for us. She's not for us. Brad, Jim, Tom, Steve, Daryl, don't mess with this one. She's not one of the good ones. Don't do it. Don't do it. She's a sister, right? You're afraid that they're going to sit up there and do that magically in your mind because they have that system set up where they're really looking for you like that. So you opt not to sit up there and speak out against your preference. Even though you're a black woman, this could easily be you in the story. And I'm pretty sure that you would hope and want other black women who are amongst you, the divestors, to uplift and hashtag your name and to keep you up there so that justice can be given at least to your family. Right? But like I said before, I give up. I give up. It is what it is. It is what it is. So like I said before, if it happens, it happens. Hey, like I said, I've tried my hardest, right, to sit up there and convey, a lot of those things to those types of black women, aka the lost causes. Like I said, there's two types. You have the one type where they have no hatred, right? They're not bad mouthing the black community or black men. They're just like, hey, I'm just going to go over here and just, see what I can see. Like I said, no problem. I have no issues with you. You're not on my radar. I'm not on your radar. Like I said, so we're good. We're good. No problems. But those divestors, and some of y'all, I actually know your names by heart due to the fact that you've come up here so many times, and it seems as though that you guys are actually subscribed. And like I said before, you only seem to show up and want to make yourselves known when I highlight a story about a black man. I'm sorry, a man who looks black, because for all intents and purposes, he is African, he is Nigerian, right? So you guys like to sit up there and show up to stories like this so that you can gloat, so that you can smile, so that you can hip hip hooray. Like I said, I've never seen such behavior in my life other than racist. I've seen racists who like I said before, I've been all over the internet. Before I was doing this, I used to go on a variety of sites that deal with racist. And I used to just sit there and just and watch their comment section. I just used to sit up there and watch. I didn't say nothing. There's no reason for me to defend nothing. There's no reason for me to even make myself known. I'm just going to sit up here and watch. And I'm going to read through the thousands of posts that they sit up there and make. And unbeknownst, the funny part, like I said before, divestors know what it is, but they want to act like they don't want to know what it is, right? If any of these women who are solely interested in white men actually took the time to go to some of these sites like I have over my years of being online, you would see how they actually really feel and talk about black women. I wish that I could 100% really post all of those comments. But even if I were to post those comments, I would still get those same black women that will still say it doesn't matter. Black men have said far worse. What about the rap music? What about the music industry? Right? What about all of the Manosphere platforms? Right? It'll be that type of deflection. And I'm like, yo, whatever happens, happens. This is, like I said before, this is when people start, just throwing up their hands like, yo, I'm done. Because like I said, it gets to the point where you fully realize that, you start to love your people too much and people will take it for granted. And then the thing I realized within that is that the moment in time that I don't highlight stories of things happening to black women, this is now when people want to start rolling up, yo, Seji, I find it interesting that you're talking about this, that, and the third, but I don't really see you talking about the things that are happening with black women and the loss of life and all these other things that are transpiring with black women in the community. And then when I highlight those, I still get silence, and then I still get the same talk. It's like, oh, you black women, you black men, you don't really care. You just do this. I'm like, so it's like you want me to talk about it, but then when I talk about it, you want to turn around and start complaining because it's not the way that you want me to talk about it. And then within that, some of y'all have even come up here and said, like, oh, the only reason you're talking about it is just to sit up there and get views. You don't actually care. I'm like, all right, man, you got it. You got it. I'm like, more and more as the days go by, I understand why other adults out here drink. I completely understand it. Because it's like dealing with the immaturity and dealing with the children, dealing with the lack of intelligence and the comprehension out here. It's ridiculous. It will sit up there and drive somebody mad. And the craziest part is, I'm not really getting this like I used to, right? From white people. That's the craziest part. You actually legitimately have somebody that cares. And you're like, no, you don't really care. I'm like, oh man, you ain't seen me not really care. You don't want that. You don't want that. Like I said before, be very careful of the energy that you put out there, because I'm the type of person, I will return that energy to you 1,000-fold. So whatever you believe, I will make sure it is fact directly for you every single time you come to this platform. Like I said before, you had women up here that was like, hey, Seji, I see that you hate black women. I'm like, you know what? Because I'm getting tired of basically hearing this. Let me give you exactly what you're looking for, so you can just keep running your mouth, so you can keep coming here. So you have a whole host of videos up there dealing with black women doing nonsense, acting irrational, acting illogical, acting not very becoming of a lady slash woman. But like I said before, even within that, I try to insert logic into a logic-less situation, and I'm still hit with stupidity. Like I said, you cannot talk logic to a pigeon. That's what I've understood. And the reason I say a pigeon is because pigeons are, in a sense, not very intelligent. They're going to do whatever it is that they want to sit up there and do. It's almost like, in a sense, you're looking at a fly, right? A fly comes directly into your house. You're like, shoo, fly, don't bother me. So let me open up the window, open up the door so you can fly back out. What does that fly do? It moves away from the open door where the breeze is coming in, and it wants to hit the clear glass window over and over and over and over and over again. That's basically, in a sense, what I'm getting here. I'm getting flies that's coming directly in here because it's a nice day. I want the windows open. I want to smell fresh air. I want to feel the sun directly on my skin. I want to feel the breeze through my hair, right? And, magically, interlopers want to come through and they want to make themselves known. And I'm like, here is the door. You can clearly leave. It's like, no, I don't want to leave. I want to go through this way. I'm not going to listen to what you're telling me to do. I'm going to do it my own way. So, like I said, keep hitting your head. Keep hitting your head over and over and over again. Get a concussion. Maybe then, after you go to the doctor and you actually see somebody, you'll learn that it's not good to be stupid. Maybe then you'll learn. So, like I said directly in the video, I'm like, well, this is at the point in time where I'm just going to throw my hands up directly on that. And I'm going to go back and just focus on, right, black men. And I'm going to use this video as an example for black men, because more times than not, when I happen to talk to the brothers out here, I don't really get that type of feedback where people automatically want to disagree, run their mouth, and they want to argue and bicker and all that other type of stuff, because normally men understand logic. And normally, when you put logic to a situation and you speak in words that men can completely understand, they're like, you know what? I see you. I got what it is that you're saying. Let's continue on. Now, you might have rare instances. You might have rare instances where you'll have people that want to sit up there and disagree with you. Like I said, it is what it is. I can't make sense of everything for everybody, nor am I going to try to sit up there and debate and argue. I'm not going to sit up and try to do it. But like I said before, for any black men out there that decide that you want to go with a white woman because she has the silky hair and all this other type of stuff, her skin complexion looks great, you signing yourself up to get slaughtered. I'm just going to sit up there and be honest. And also, let me put it like this: if you are one of those individuals that's in an interracial relationship and it's going great for you, that's great. That's great. Kudos to you. I don't really technically care because I didn't ask for you to make yourself known. I'm not asking for all of this personal information. I'm not asking for how long you guys have been together. I don't need to know when you guys got married, how many kids you guys have, that y'all were high school sweethearts, and all of this. Like I said, I could care less. If you're happy, that's great. That's all. That's all that needs to be there. Like I said, live quietly within your happiness. You don't need to tell the world that, oh, I'm an example here. Look at how this basically worked out for me. Yes, this is bad, but look at this is not everybody's example. Nobody's trying to. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. This is coming from a black man, so you can clearly hear me. Let me get closer to the screen. Nobody cares. That's as nice as I could sit up there and put it. Other people will attach a lot of other words to it, but like I said, I try to be as nice as possible, right? But like I said before, to the brothers out here, raise your to if you know any young men, if you have any sons directly out here, and they're doing this foolishness, let them know it's foolishness. I said in the video, I'm like, dude, he made it, right? And I'm not talking about the part of him basically having the white girl. I said he made it due to the fact that he came over here, he made his success, I guess, got his college education, different stuff like that, right? Because he had a 300K car, right? He had all of these, he had a lavish apartment that he was paying for and stuff, right? So he was doing good for himself, right? Now if he would have just stayed by himself and kept to himself and not decided to get this trophy off of OnlyFans, we wouldn't even be talking about this loss of life right here. We wouldn't even be talking about this man, and for sure we wouldn't even be talking about her, because there's no reason to even really bring her up, because she has no type of talent. She has nothing to realistically offer the world at all. All she has is her body and the little bit of looks that she basically has left at this moment in time. Because we all know by the time that 30 or whatever hits, it's over. Curtain call. Let's close it down, guys. That's it. It's going to be a permanent winter that is going to be hitting real harsh every single day. Because the stuff that she more than likely likes to do, right, which is going to involve drinking, which is more than likely going to involve a variety of different drugs, which is more than likely going to involve a lot of different foods, all of the looks that she has right now is not going to be the same. So, like I said before, if he would have just kept to himself, this would not even be a thing at this moment in time. He would still be alive. Or better yet, like I listed in the video, for a lot of brothers out there, if you want to show off, how about this? Get with another brother that's also making money, that's also successful. Y'all sit up there and formulate a business, or y'all sharing money, or doing something that both of y'all are basically growing. That's something to sit up there and show off. That's something positive out there. That's something that other black men like, yo, I want to aspire to sit up there and do what those brothers are doing. Let me sit up there and create a formula around what they're sitting up there doing. Let me copy what it is, what they're doing. I want to copy their success so that I can be successful with another black man as well. And so that other black men can do the exact same thing. But that's option number 2 that he didn't want to sit up there and do. So he went with option number 3, which is the same thing that black men in America have done before him and fallen the exact same way. Anybody remember the story of Samson and Delilah? I think that should be the correct Bible story. If anybody is directly, I'm not even. If it, let me even check to see if anybody's even watching, because I've just been sitting up here talking and running my mouth at this moment in time. Oh, we got some people up in here. All right, yo, what's up? I'm sitting up here. I'm up here just like running my mouth. I wasn't even sure if y'all were even up in here or not. But so Shaw said, "Are you saying that I gotta actually like move this over. I gotta rearrange my screen. Yo, what's up, Shaw? What's up, man? Said, are you saying that black men should not date white women and black women should not date white men because black people are losing their lives? This is what I'm saying, right? Because everybody's grown, everybody can clearly do what it is. My bad. Everybody can clearly do what it is that they want to sit up there and do. Like I said, I used to be at a moment in time where I wanted to control the situation and I wanted to sit up there and just like shake black people, right? And then I thought about it for a minute. I'm like, you know what? At the end of the day, I'm not going to be the one that's going to sit up there and make them happy. That's impossible for me to sit up there and do. So it's like a better example would be to just put examples out there so that people can just, look at them and see directly what it is, right? The main thing that I try to sit up there and tell people is that be very careful of the choices that you commit to, because some of those choices that you decide to commit to could be life altering choices. This is a life altering choice. So, like I said before, if you're black and you want to sit up there and date whoever you want to sit up there and date, by all means, go right ahead. Do it if you want to. But I promise you this at this moment in time, if anything happens, Seiji will have you right here directly as an example on this platform. It is what it is. You can feel however you want to sit up there and feel about it. You can go pray to whatever God or whoever you kneel to at night because it sounds personal. Talk to that God because I am not him. So, like I said, go do, whatever it is, that you want to sit up there and do. Tippy, I'm not changing my alarm. The alarm is a part of the custom directly on this channel. It is a part of the custom. So that is a main part of every single video. If you don't hear the alarm, something is wrong. Seiji has changed. This man has now gotten money. He's gotten his money up to $2, and he's able to go to the dollar store and afford some batteries for his alarm. Yo, that's too rich for me. I ain't trying to do that. I'm trying to stay broke out here in these streets. I'm trying to stay out here struggling, so I can stay true to black people. Like I said, that'll be the next thing. The moment of time people ain't hearing the alarm and stuff like that, it's like, oh man, Seiji ain't real no more. He done up and changed. He ain't for black people no more. He a part of the Illuminati. He in with the white people. Ew. Ew. No. Originally, like this is the thing. Normally when I start the live streams and I just so happen to do it at random times, it's nobody in there. So I'm just going to, in a sense, get my point across. I'm going to talk as if there is a room. And that's the way that I'm going to carry on the conversation up until I actually see that obviously we have some people up here. So that's the way I sit up there and do it. That's the way I've done my videos for like 4 years. I'm going to talk as if people in a sense are here. You know. Michelle A, good morning, good morning, good morning. Also, much love and appreciation and good morning to everybody that is directly in chat. What is up, Tonda, Miss Light, the one who barely shows up? I don't even know what you're doing up right now. I'm mad at you. Can't believe this. Now you want to roll up. Can't believe this. Let me go back up here real quick. Hold on. What we got? We got Charmaine Callahan in here. We got K. Dot, Rick Moran. We got Saint. What is up? What is up? We got, let me see, I'm trying to roll through here and catch everybody. We got Old School G, yo, what is up? Prince Majestic 2.0, what is happening? Yo, we got Hack, what is up? I want to say that is Sidonian Snow. I really feel like I might have butchered that name, but what's up, Snow? What's happening? We got Lamico. What is happening? Let me see. Who else we got up in here? Rolling down, rolling down. Yo, what's up, T? What's happening? What's happening? We got coffee in here. Um, what else we got up in here? Trying to roll through. I think I did say what's up to Shaw. Um, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Scared for my life. Let me see. Obsessed to be. Plus, you have grandkids. They won't look like you. Yeah, it's true. Wow. At least you don't have to hear the smoke detector anymore. First of all, you can actually still hear it. You ain't paying attention. You slipping. You slipping. You slipping. The smoke detector is always here. Yo, we got Lions Den. What is up? What is up? What is up? Who else we got up in here? Tippy said it's 1:48 a.m. over here and I can't sleep. You better go play a video game or something. You better go play what was that? I was gonna say Minecraft. You better go play The Sims 3. And then we got Donna talking about I'm just peeking in. I don't know why y'all up. I don't even know how y'all even friend. I know why I'm up. I'm always up, technically, sorta, kinda. Um, what's up? What's up? What's up? Um, let me see. Let me see. Lion said, I'm thinking about giving up my news and commentary. I'll tell you this. Look here. And take it from somebody who has, I mean, I haven't done it as much or as long as, a lot of other people directly out here. But this is quite a change directly for me, right? Because I'm used to, on the other channel, like originally, I'm used to having, like a certain amount of people, actually show up. Like some streams I would potentially have over there, you might have, 100 or maybe encroaching on like 200 people during a live stream, right? The videos that I would put out, they would get tons of views, right? And then all of that, basically died down by way of, YouTube, right? So then you have the second platform here where it is, in essence, starting from the ground up, right? And it sucks due to the fact that you're used to something, right? You're used to how something consistently works, and now you have to like deal with these other variables and different stuff like that, right? So I would sit up there and put up, like, let's say earlier on, I might sit up there and put up like 4 videos or 3 videos and stuff like that. I would try to work like I would normally do on the other platforms. But when I did it on here, it didn't add up to nothing. You would have a lot of videos that would not really get any type of views at all. Like earlier on, I would have some videos, like if I put up like 4 to 5 videos in a day, I would have videos sitting there like 132 views. But yet I have like 13K subscribers. And I'm like, the math ain't mathing, right? It doesn't equate. It doesn't make sense. So, it's in a sense, it's an uphill battle, right? And the thing that I would sit up there and tell you is don't quit. If this is something that you love doing and this is something that you want to sit up there and do, right? You want to get information out there to black people. You want to put it out there your own way, right? You have to sit up there and keep going. I would be lying to you right now if I said there weren't days where I just wanted to give up and just stop. I have those days consistently. And it's not because of like comments that people leave. It's because of dealing with the frustration of, things in the background, right? That you guys don't basically see or anything like that. Like that's the frustration, that I deal with where it's like, yo, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing and ain't nothing working out, ain't nothing happening. I don't understand it. Like, yo, I'm done. Let me throw my hands up. Jesus, take the wheel. You get to that point, but um the best thing I can just sit up there and tell you to do is that you just got to persevere. That's what you have to sit up there and do. Like it's going to suck. Like you feel that you'll have videos where it's like, yo, I'm putting out great content, and you more than likely are. You're hitting those notes. You're sitting up there getting your points across. You got everything fitting in the video that you wanted, how you wanted to fit, and then you don't get any views. I've done a lot of videos like that. And I've directly told people directly on this platform, I'm like, and this is the exact reason why I don't waste and spend time putting out very informative videos where it'll take me 3 to 4 whatever hours to basically snap everything together, get all of the information, sync all of that together, have the things that I specifically want to sit up there and state, and have everything 100% fit. There's been a multitude of times that I've put out some pretty informative videos when it dealt with like law or things dealing with like medical and different stuff like that. No views. And when I mean no views, I'm talking about like it'll probably get a hundred, few hundred. And you're thinking to yourself, it's like, yo, this is not like if I work this hard to put out this information, if you build it, they will come. And it's like realistically, that's not in a sense how it works. It's not in a sense how it works. So it's going to suck, but you have to, just sit up there and just keep going. Maybe you might have to figure out a different way to basically put out, um, your videos. Maybe you might have to do, different things that are, quite, eye catching. Maybe you might have to fix the title, a certain type of way. But I would sit up there and tell you, if this is something that you love doing, if this is something that you want to sit up there and do, persevere, never give up, and don't let nobody sit up there and stop you from whatever your dream is. Don't do that. Don't do that. Never do that. The only reason that you basically, in a sense, stop is because one, you fulfilled your mission and your goal, or number two, the energy that you have for this is transferred and is better used on something else that you can clearly see is going to, do a lot better. But other than that, like, yo, don't give up. Don't sit up there and do that. Let me see. My bad. I'm sitting up here running my mouth. Saint said I'm a night owl. Yeah, yeah. I think we got quite a few night owls here. I think that is how we're working right now. Blaze said I'm up too. Yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? Rick said utilize any skill you have to make paper with it. I don't care what it is. If people get paid to talk on camera, you can get paid for a niche skill. That's bars. That's a so to Lions Den. That's another thing as well. I think I've actually did a live stream or some videos about that, trying to inform Black people of a variety of other things that they can monetize when dealing with themselves, where they can go out here and make money. So if you're a computer programmer, if you're good with like FX, if you're good with like video editing, cutting, sorry, I said cutting audio and different things like that, go make yourself a Fiverr profile, list some of your works, and figure out what the going rates are. Right? Go through the competitors that are directly out there and figure out what the going rates are. Figure out like a highest to a lowest to basically a medium average, and figure out how to directly market yourself so that you can get those potential people to come directly to your page and start paying you. Like I said, there's a variety of things out here that people can do to sit up there and make money. Like I said, at the end of the day, I want Black people to be successful. That's the main thing that I've been sitting up there saying, right? Uh, Yo, that's dope. Rick Moran said, took my 15 years of failing and I finally did it in 2019. Congratulations. Like I said, sometimes it might take a minute, but the main thing is that you persevere and that, you keep going, and, you do what you love doing. Like I said, if this is something that you love, something that you really want to do, something that you feel is your calling, you better sit up there and do it. You better not let nothing sit up there and stop you, as a lot of people would sit up there and say. The main thing that's trying to stop you is like the devil at work. So you can't sit up there and let the devil win. You got to sit up there and beat him. So if not anything else, that should be like one of your main goals, to always sit up there and show the devil that don't got no power over you. Can't sit up there and and win, and and take certain things like from you and stuff. Like I said, Like I always say, I ain't trying to get, you know, biblical or anything like that. I'm just, it's just me just talking. Let me see if I can fix that right there. All right, there we go. Let me see what else we got. Tia said Toby was whipped. Y'all cold blooded. Cold blooded. It's cold blooded. Let me see. Blaze said it's almost 2 a.m. here in Cali. I cahoots with no one. Save my delivery people. Yo. Oh man. Rick said I'm mentally deranged and I only sleep for 45 minutes at a time. There's my excuse. Yeah, I can get with that one. I can get with that one. I can get with that one. Um, nah, I probably heard about it, but I probably didn't watch it. I don't tend to watch movies where it automatically pairs up, um, black men with other women. I just don't. Like I said, for me, if other people want to sit up there and watch it, it's fine. Like I said, I love Idris Elba, cool dude. Uh, he got an all black everything family. But like I said before, I'm not the type of person where I'm like, I'm all, for all of this nonsense that they keep trying to perpetuate and throw directly out there. Like I said, I've been seeing this since I was a kid. And I've always questioned, I'm like, yo, why are they always sitting up there putting black people with everybody else? Or why are they always putting black women as a single parent when it comes to um, something, a commercial about cooking dinner or grocery shopping or taking care of the kids? You always see, like I said before, and I be trying to tell black women, it's like, yo, y'all be getting gamed and y'all don't even see it. Like I said, I've paid attention to this since I was younger and I've realized it. But I realized it more due to the fact of the circumstances that I lived in, right? So I'm like, I'm not sure how the black women don't sit up there and see this and find this as an issue because that's not realistically something like, yeah, it's great. That's something that takes place in the community. Yes, you have black women raising kids on their own. Great, awesome. But that's not something that we should automatically be trying to highlight and make the norm. We shouldn't be trying to do that. Supporting black women, who are doing that, fine, no problem with that. Like I'm all directly for it. But putting it out there in the media and making it seem as though this is a positive way to go about life, that's crazy. That's crazy. Because I've talked to too many black women who regret not having a man there or the child's father there when raising that child. And I'm not talking about the extenuating circumstances where the guy is, abusive, where the guy is violent, where the guy is deranged, where the guy is mental, where the guy is an alcoholic, and all of these things. I'm not talking about low tier. I'm talking about standard issue where the black woman and the black men in that situation just couldn't see eye to eye on some stuff, or they just didn't just so happen to get along and they just parted ways. Those are the situations that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about extenuating circumstances that everybody likes to sit up there and keep bringing up because that's not everybody's situation, right? So, and this is why I sit up there and state that, yo, things around these parts, yo, stuff got to start changing, like realistically. Like I said before, for me, I want black women to be known for being more than just a single mother. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me because it drives me crazy just hearing women say that they're proud to be a single mother. I'm like, I've never, like I said, and this is, this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to take it from my own experience, right? Never once has my mom tried to champion the words, I'm proud to be a single mother. I've heard her say that she is a proud mother. I've heard her say that she is proud of me as a son. I've heard her say that she is happy and proud of the relationship that she has with her son. And she is proud of the accomplishments, you know, that I have made. And she is also proud of the fact that I'm not a statistic like some other young black men out here. But never once have I heard my mom champion and say that, yo, I am proud to be a single mother. Because that's not something realistically that she even wanted, right? It just so happens that things worked out that way, right? So this is why I gave that example earlier where you have the black women and you have the black men who came together to formulate a child, but things just didn't mesh well. Things didn't really work out. And, people just aren't together. Like I said, that's the normalcy that happens. Everybody else wants to state extenuating circumstances because those extenuating circumstances, that's not every single black man directly out here. Like I said, you got three tiers to deal with, right? You have the black men that are out here that are with black women in relationships, engaged, that are married, that have the happy home, the family, and everything like that. Then you have the black men that created a child, but for whatever reason, dealing with the mother, you know, things didn't work out. So both people parted separate ways. Now, within that, you still have a second version of that, right? Where you have the same exact thing where a disagreement happened or however it is, they grew apart, whatever it is, they still, parted ways. But he is still in that child's life, right? That's the other thing that you don't hear a lot of black women talk about when they talk about the fatherless epidemic in the black community and different things of that nature, right? And then last but not least, you have the low tier, right, which is basically the ones that are deranged, the ones that are violent, the ones that are demented, anything negative that you can basically state. That's basically that lot there. So like I said, there are levels, there are tiers to different types of men. So but back to what I was stating before, I tend to stay away from stuff like that, or at least I try to. Now when it happens to hit the superheroes and stuff, it's tough, you know. Um, how do I feel about those Manosphere dudes? I put it to you like this because I'm a man. At the end of the day, I'll agree to disagree. There are some things that I can agree with, and some things that I will disagree with. Like I said, I've seen like a few, or some directly out there, and the main thing I've tried to state before is that you have a lot of sensationalism that basically takes place. You have people, and this is the thing that I try to tell a lot of black women out here, because I've heard some black women say that, they don't like, the manosphere, they don't like the black men and what it is that they're saying about black women and da da da. Completely cool, got it, no problem. You're offended, right? Because of the generalizations that are taking place. Cool, got it. Because I do generalizations myself. I do it to black elders. I do it to black women. I do it to black men. I do this to young black men and women, and I also do this to children as well. Like I said before, I do it for a specific reason. Because if people out there know that I'm not specifically talking, let's say for their child. If I'm not talking about your child, there's no reason for you to sit up there and get up in arms. There's no reason for you to sit up there and have a problem. I'm obviously talking about the ones that are problems, but I'm going to sit up there and generalize because just that one that has that negative energy can affect the whole bunch. And that's what a lot of people don't seem to understand. And I've talked about energy and different stuff on this channel before. This is why I stopped talking about a lot of stuff, because I understand that people ain't ready and people don't realistically want to hear, that type of stuff, because people ain't there yet. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to leave it at a base level. And I'm just going to talk at a base level and just leave it directly there. But I feel the same way I feel about the Manosphere is the same way that I feel about the black women who are content creators who have been bashing black men for the longest time. And they've had platforms. But the most interesting thing is it didn't become a problem up until you started hearing the exact same stuff in reverse from black men. It didn't start becoming a problem up until black men started listing their experiences, right? And like I said before, and I've honestly admitted directly to this, there have been quite a few black women out there that I was subscribed to. I sat up there, I saw the way they look. I'm like, oh, okay, she look cute. I'm all right. Let me listen to the voice. I'm like, oh, okay, sound cute. All right. And then, I sit there for a minute and I listen to some stuff. I'm like, all right, she got a point here. Okay. Okay, I can hear you out on that. All right, all right. And then within that conversation, start saying some sideways stuff. I'm like, you know what? That's not really for me, because I know I'm not the type that she's basically talking about. But let's sit up there and continue. I'm gonna let you sit up there and ride out. We won't ride out with this, right? I'm gonna sit up there and show my love and support, right? And then it would get to some of those live streams, and then it would get to some of those other videos where I would start to see just gangs of black women just oozing like this type of like hatred and negativity. I'm like, hold on. I'm like, and then I'm listening to the host basically talking, and she's reading through the comments, just sitting up there. I'm like, I think I've overstayed my welcome. So just like how I came in silently, I'm going to sit up there and leave silently. There's no reason for me to let myself, be known. I don't even need to let other people know that I'm even here, because there's no reason for it to happen. Because realistically, this ain't even a platform that's for me. But I'm here because I'm like, yo, I see a black woman out there. I want to sit up there and give her a shot, hear what it is that, she's saying. I want to sit up there and give some support, because what do a lot of black women say? Black men don't show black women love and support and all of these other types of things. Black men are jealous of black women. And I'm like, nah, I was there actually showing love and support to quite a few. I think to maybe over about 10 different black women who have those types of platforms. I was there, sitting up there listening, just sitting up there chilling, just seeing what everybody was saying in chat. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, whoo. It's like, yo, that let me tell you something. And I'm a guy at the end of the day. And I sat up there in those chats and I was just looking. I'm like, all of like, if I had any type of like love and like respect and different things like that during that moment in time, all of that was eroded away. All of that was eroded away just in seeing like the list of negative comments and everything that black women were literally saying back to back to back to. I'm like, so nobody can list one good experience that they've had with a black man? Not one. You don't got like a father, a uncle, a brother, a cousin, a coworker, Steven, the mailman, the UPS guy, the FedEx guy, the Amazon guy. I'm like, every single black man that you've ever come into contact with, he's just this. Really? Like, that's it? That's it? That's all that's out there? I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm like, I got a detox after that. I'm like, I can't do this. I'm like, yo, I'm good. I'm like, that was wearing my energy down. Let me tell you, that was wearing my energy down quick. And I'm a patient. When I mean I'm a patient person, I'm a very patient person. I did not have patience when it came directly to listening, to all of that. Like I said, it's crazy. It is crazy. Um, Yo, hey, I put it to you like this. Yo, what's up? Hey, yo, what's up, Pinky? What's happening? What's happening? Yo, Kane, what's up? What's happening? Yo, IMV, what's happening? Now, this is the way I put it, right? The way that I normally sit up there and do stuff, and you've been here for a lot of live streams, and you've been I think on both channels actually. So you know I'm not going to sit up there and mention the other person's channel because, like I said, I'm not giving energy directly into that. I will talk about the subject. I will list that there are channels directly out there, but I'm not solely about to sit up there and single out one person. Like I said before, those black women are harping on and talking about their negative experiences with those selectively chosen black men. That got zero to do with me because this is the one thing I'll sit up there and tell you, and what I know would actually happen. If at any point in time that I showed up to any of these platforms dealing with those black women that hate and detest black men, they're automatically going to try to start saying some stuff to trigger a reaction out of me because they want to make me an example to basically further prove the point of all of the things that they've been generalizing and saying about black men and all of these other. Like I said, I know how the stuff basically works. Now, I'll put it to you like this. I have two choices, right? I can decide to ignore it, and then that'll become a whole nother issue. Or I could decide to just like feed into it and just sit up there and just play. Like I said before, I'm about giving people the energy that they like sitting up there putting out. That's the way I would sit up there and do it. Like you would literally sit up there and see me talk with a smile on my face because I in a sense wouldn't care if we get to like a serious topic, then I can sit up there, I'll focus up. But if I know that all you're gonna be doing is like generalizing, you're gonna be throwing like jabs here and there, you're gonna be throwing up comments of what other black women are sitting up there saying. I'm like, it don't matter. It don't matter. You know. But like I said before, but also much love and appreciation. V, I see you directly out here. Um, but like I said, I ain't gonna sit up there and stop people from talking about those channels that they know about. Now it's different if people are trying to throw a link up there. That's different. It's like we ain't having that. That's 1,000% disrespect. We ain't doing that because I don't be rolling to none of their platforms trying to insert or throw up links of my channel. Because like I said, I don't care if they know about me or not. It doesn't even matter. It's not even a factor. Because I'm going to do what it is that I sit up there and do at the end of the day. But it's for in the comment section, it's for conversation purpose. People want to talk and stuff. So it's cool. But like I said, much love and support and respect. I got you. I see you out here. I see you. Um, Now technically, let me just highlight this. Let me just highlight this. I've seen those comments. I've seen a variety of videos, directly out there. And this is why I posted the video to you guys where it showcased black women who were literally oozing with enjoyment and excitement that white officers are taking the lives, brutalizing, and harming black men and young black men. They were getting off on that whole thing. They were like, oh, that is so masculine. That is so domineering. It's like, and they were just oohing and ahhing. I'm like, wow. I'm like, all right. Like I said before, any guy, preferably any white male that is a part of the police force, you can more than welcome pick up any of or all of those black women and you can date them and marry them because they don't pay attention to numbers and they don't pay attention to statistics. I've literally done videos showcasing the negative things that transpire with those relationships. But like I said before, they want to ooh and ah. They think it's the sexiest thing. It's something that they want to lust after. It's something that they really want to sit up there. Go, by all means, instead of living that dream, go out there and seek you a white man in Boston, somewhere in New York, somewhere in Kansas, somewhere in Iowa, somewhere in Colorado. Go sit up there and get you that white man. Go get that white cop. And let us know how that works out for you in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Like I said, that's why I sit up there and do certain videos. I'm like, all right, I see what certain people are saying. I see what is going on Twitter and IG. Let me just throw a reversal directly out here. Like I said, I've never heard at a point in time of black men stating that. Nobody in my circle, nobody that I've ever watched, no black men in the black community that I've been a part of, I've never heard this type of talk at all. But like I said before, this is on social media where people have platforms. So it is what it is. Freedom of speech, right? So this is why I sit up there and say what I say when it comes to the manosphere and different things like that. You have black women out here saying a variety of things. And they've been doing it for a very long time. So I'm like, all right, well, if Pandora's box is open, it's going to be open. Like I said, the main thing I sit up there and tell people is like, yo, you got to be careful what you want and what you sit up there and ask and wish for, because if one thing is going to be okay, then you have to let everything else be okay. And I've highlighted that in a multitude of videos, but people don't want to listen. It is what it is. It is what it is at the end of the day. Yep, that's bars. Yep. No, let me see. Let me see. Well, I put it. This right here is 100% bars, right? And the main thing about this, and like I said, y'all have seen the videos that I've done, and I've pointed them directly towards black women in general, because like I said, I've listed my own experience that I've had, and it was a negative one that could have potentially drastically changed my life. But I'm like, I'm not going to characterize every single black woman as that black woman, right, that I was with. I'm not going to sit up there and do that. That doesn't make any sense. But like I said before, a lot of other black women out here can't seem to get past that curtain because they're so blinded by the jadedness and the hate, right, that they have for that person. So they're like, all right, well, that person basically left me this way, and I have to sit this way, and I have to deal with this. I'm not going to be the only one to deal with this. I'm going to sit up there and make all black men deal with this because of what this one black man sat up there and did to me. You're all going to have to sit up there and deal with what he left behind. And I'm like, sweetheart, that doesn't make any sense. What that black man did is what that black man did. And at the end of the day, you need to sit up there and go have those words with that black man. Don't try to sit up there and confront and challenge every single black man because you decided not to challenge that black man on how he left you broken, hurt, jaded, wounded. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. And as I've listened to you guys, I didn't even showcase the one comment that I got. Somebody like left like a novel. They left like 3 novels on one of my videos, just all caps. It was a woman, all caps, just going off on black men. You black men this, black men that. If y'all, I'm like, sweetheart, it ain't me. We ain't never sat up there and dated. I don't know realistically who you are as a person. We have never like I said before. This is the thing. Like I said, this is the thing I try to sit up there and tell a lot of black women. If you got a problem with a black man or men, handle it with those dudes that you chose. Handle with those dudes that you chose. Like I said before, I've noticed a lot of women are real good at getting loud, and they're real good at sitting up there trying to like buck up on dudes who ain't really causing no problem, or dudes that they know ain't going to sit up there and do or say nothing back. But when it comes to those guys who sat up there and hurt them, oh, they don't got that same tone. All that bass in their voice is gone. It vanished. It disappeared. Voila. Nothing. And I'm like, ain't that something? So you want to act like a champion in front of all these other men out here, but to the selective few men that you selectively chose and dated that hurt you, you don't got that same energy. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Because like I said, if you had that energy for that guy, you wouldn't be the same broken individual that you are right now. You wouldn't be the same hurt individual that you are right now. But like I said before, it's a lot easier to project hurt versus going in internally actually trying to fix it. And a lot of women ain't ready for that topic. They ain't ready for that situation, and they ain't trying to fix nothing. A lot of women out here just feel like it's just a lot better just to sit there and be hurt, so that way they don't have to ever worry about putting themselves out there or ever being hurt. That's now their strength. That's now their shield. Being hurt, being jaded, being wounded, being cut up. This is now like your shield. This is now your armor. And I'm like, that's crazy. So you want to live like Darth Vader the rest of your life. And the reason I'm going to make that example, what a lot of people might not understand, just in case you don't understand Star Wars, Darth Vader, when he had that fight, right, on that one planet with all of that lava and stuff, where he basically had third-degree burns all over his body, he lost his limbs, right? When Darth Vader was brought back, they put whatever remains that they had into a metal suit. That metal suit always caused him pain. He is pretty much almost always awake. He barely has any sleep. And you know what that means? He's always angry. That means he never gets to think. He never gets to heal. He just has that focus of hatred. And that's pretty much where you have a lot of these black women out here who are hurt and who are jaded. They're in that Darth Vader type of suit where they're like, I'm going to live in this pain. I'm going to live in this hatred. I'm going to live in this sorrow. I'm going to live in this despair. This is going to be my armor so that no other black man can sit up there and hurt me. But I'm going to go out there and hurt every other black man that's not him. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's lunacy. And then you want to sit up there and hope that the son that you're raising finds a woman like you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like you're Lord. Lord have mercy. Let me see. I'm trying to go through, catch up to some of these comments here. Yep. Yep. And then the follow-up comment, which fixed that perfectly right there. And then the rah, rah, rah happens, and all the negative energy is poured out onto everyone listening instead of using the platform to heal. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Like, somebody has to explain to me, how much can you really care about black women if all you're doing is enabling them to relive that hurt and to stay in that? You're causing them more pain. You're causing them more discomfort. You're causing them to just stay in that space and to be in that same space with you. Why? Oh, I get it. I get it. Because when you're angry, when you're jaded, when you have hatred for somebody, when you have a disdain, when you have a loathing for somebody, you're alone in that. So this is why you have a lot of these black female platforms out here where they hate black men. They say this, they say this, they list all of these stories and all of these other types of things. They make sure to keep having other black women reliving that exact same pain because they don't want to be alone in that pain. They like the fact that they have other people that can share in that same pain, aka a hive mind. So that means that whenever those women leave that platform, they're going to have that same exact mentality as that woman or the women who run those platforms. So when they go out into the real world and they see a black man, they're going to be looking at him, side eyeing him, giving him attitude, running their mouth, acting all aggressive, talking all aggressive for no reason. That black man don't even know you. He could be just delivering your mail and you want to sit up there and give him a side eye. You want to look at him sideways and crazy. For what? He don't know you, lady. You just look crazy right now. But in their minds, they feel like they're right for everything that they feel. And then the scariest part is you have a lot of women that are part of those platforms who've never even been in a relationship. And they're scared to be in relationships. Why? Because they're listening to all of these stories that all of these women keep talking about and keep sharing. Either it might be their experiences, it might be an experience from a relative, it might be an experience from a girlfriend, it might be an experience that they heard in a video, it might be an experience that they heard from the news. Like, because it gets to the point where you got to start looking at stuff. I'm like, realistically, so all of these black women who are having all of these bad experiences continuously, back to back to back to back to back, are y'all dating the same types of guys? Are y'all all dating the same men? Like, are y'all sharing out here? Like, what's happening? Because with as many people that we have out here, it's impossible that everybody should be having the same experience. The only way that that's possible if people are actively going after the same types of wrong people and allowing them and adopting them and adding them onto their life. Like I said before, a lot of people make their own hell. And that's what you have with a lot of those black women. And like I said, a lot of those black women are raising sons. They're raising sons. And the amount of stuff that they're sitting up here saying is crazy. It's 100% crazy. It used to get to a point where when I used to read it, it was hurtful. I was like, yo, I was just feeling sad. I'm like, yo, it's over. I'm like, it is solely over. It is solely over for the black community. And then I realized this is how that psychology works. I'm like, this is how these women get caught up. It's like they hit you hard over the head so many times with all of these stories, with all of these experiences, that all you see is darkness. All you see and can breathe is despair, literally. And then you start to sit up there and live that as well. And I'm like, it's time to go. Time to part ways. I ain't doing this. This ain't for me. My body was like, we ain't doing this. We exiting out real quick. And so we did. And so we did. So, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, and that's the other thing that I've noticed too. It's like the stuff that I watch on like YouTube is like it's like it's here and there, like type of stuff. And then I might just so happen to see like one of their videos like, show up. I'm talking about the variety of women that are directly up there, the black women that are, talking. And I'm like, why are you showing up on my stuff? I'm like, why is this even up here? I'm like, I am not looking for this. I don't care what negativity you have to say about black men. I don't. I really don't. So I'm like, I don't know why is it showing up in my recommended section or whatever it is. I'm like, that's crazy to me. I'm like, YouTube is messing up. Y'all going haywire directly out here. Nah. It ain't nothing that lengthy. It ain't nothing that lengthy. Like I said, all of that, like the experience that I was talking about, that was like, how old was I when I first met her? I think I might have been. It was early. I want to say like somewhere. Let me see. It wasn't maybe like it had to be like 21, 22. I was still young, right? And it's like it's a lot of responsibility. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, it's a lot of responsibility. Maybe one day I might do like a live stream about that. I think I might have covered it once before, like a long time ago in like a live stream. But I guess I might re go over that because I feel like that experience right there, I don't want no young dudes going through that. No young black man should have to deal with a situation and go through something like that. It just shouldn't. Like I said, it's crazy. Technically it's a lot of stuff that needs to, uh, like get touched on directly on that topic to protect these young black dudes out here, um, like better. Because like I said, the realest person that I had in my life that told me stuff about women, it wasn't a man that sat up there and told me. It was my own mother. It was a black woman herself who sat up there and told me. She showed me the great and the good and the positive of black women. And she was the same black woman that sat me down and told me the negative and the detrimental and the ugly that black women can also bring as well. And like I said, the main thing I could just tell a lot of young men out here, at least from my experience, is that if you have a black woman in your life telling you the truth, showing you both truths, right, dealing with black women, pay very close attention to that ugly part because that can very easily be you, right? Now, from my experience, of course, being young, being like naivete, different stuff like that, wanting to see the light, wanting to see the greater good, directly in a person, you know, I did, what it is that I did. And, because of how I was raised, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take this as a package deal, right? You and, your child, like I said, again, I was 21 at that time. I'm looking at my own experience and I'm like, hey, I really didn't have, like a father or anything in my life. I see, in a sense, the same reflection here. And in my mind, the way I was thinking about it, I'm like, hopefully, how I'm going about it is the same way that I would hope that it would work for my mom, right? I would hope that my mom would find a great guy that would, potentially be a great role model for me, a great influence for me, who would also be a great match for, my mother and different things like that. So that's the way I in my mind, I tried to basically look at the situation. And the thing that I try to tell a lot of young dudes out here is that at the end of the day, you have a lot of women out here who are slick. You have a lot of women who will take advantage of your niceness, right? They will see that, yo, you are, in a sense, like a stand up type of dude. You're willing to sit up there and deal with, a lot of the stuff that basically comes with it. And then they'll take all of that for granted. And then what that's going to end up doing to you is that that's going to leave you in a place of like not trusting, not accepting. That's going to leave you in a broken place, and that's going to leave you in a place of hurt. Because in your mind, you're going to be thinking like, why would a person that you were willing to look past all of these other things to try to see the good that's directly in them, why would they turn around and then try to do something that could potentially change your whole life just like that? So it's like, I just try to tell, young dudes out here, like, yo, in a sense, don't be so trusting, because you got a lot of women out here that will look at that as a weakness. If you decide to be nice out here, you have a lot of women that will look at that as weakness. And that's just facts. Case in point, this is why women always go for the bad boys. They always go for the guys, right, who are detrimental, who mean them the utmost harm, who are basically the destroyers. Whatever woman that the life that they're in and that they're surrounded by, it's nothing but destruction and chaos. They always go for those types of guys, and then they'll fall back, and then they'll be like, "Yo, I need a good guy." But you know what happens with the good guys, right? Now the terminology for um, good guys has been vastly different, right? It's almost in a sense looked down. Like, this is the most confusing part right here, for I know, for a lot of young dudes. You have a lot of women out here that'll say that they want a good guy, but then they still want a bad guy at the same time. Realistically, what they're saying is they want a bad guy that they can kind of turn good. They want to be able to kind of mold him into the type of good that they would like, but they still want all of that exciting stuff. Like I said, I don't know what I don't know what to sit up there and tell people. I don't. And you got a lot of these women out here raising daughters, and then they wonder and turn around, why is it that your daughter is now pregnant at a young age? Why is she now hanging around with the types of individuals that she's hanging around with at a young age? Why is she doing all of this stuff at a young age? Look at the reflection. Look at the reflection. Like I said, 9 times out of 10, a lot of kids are going to sit up there and follow what it is that the parents did. Now, some kids might not sit up there and do it at all, but that's rare. So, like I said, but it is what it is. Let me see what else we got. Ooh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. You know what? And the thing is, I would love to do a video on that, but it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't at all. And I think I'm trying to figure out. I did do one video where I could have sworn I had like a list of over 20. I forgot how many people that I had that lost their lives to police. I think I did a video on it. I couldn't even tell you what video that was, because some videos I combined into one, and I did like a variety of different things trying to, show some different stuff. But that's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see. Um, Look here. Let me let you know something. Hey, I'm going to say it like how I said it earlier. People can do whatever it is that they want. I am up here to list examples. You know, I don't wish nothing negative on nobody. But if people take chances and things happen. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. I put this the same way to black men, the same way I sit up there and put this to black women. So like I said, eh, I'm happy you're still here. Let me tell you that. I'm happy you're still here. And I oh, oh no. Whoa, oh man. Let me tell you something. I can only imagine. I can only imagine what the reactions would be. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. I know you're sitting up there. I can tell you this. I know that you're getting quite a few looks of disdain and all these other types of things. I can already hear that. I don't even have to see it. I can hear the looks. I can hear the looks. Yeah. I understand, people like to sit up there and troll, but I'm like, yo, I'll tell you this. It ain't no need to sit up there and waste time. Ain't no need to sit up there and wait, like I said before. Focus directly on you and focus on building yourself up and all of those other things. Like I said, yo, y'all braver out here. Y'all braver than me because I would not be sitting up there doing that. Like I said, at the previous job, I keep listing this job time and time again. I ran into one drunk, older, white, rich woman at my job, and I had to help her in the morning. I'm sitting back there like this. I'm like, I need an adult. I need a manager. I'm not doing this. Nope. Nope. Because if I decide to say anything, any type of way, it might be seen as something else. I'm like, I'm like, I don't know what the item is, and I lied my ass off, and I'm like, I'm gonna go right there. I'll be right back. I'm gonna sit up there and go get a supervisor for you. Like I said, some of y'all living brave out here. It ain't gonna be me. Mm-mm. Mm. Songwriter said, my mother left me in a park when I was 3. My best friend from 8 years old till tonight is a female. So blaming father's misfortune to be disrespected ain't going to work with me. Like I said, and that's something that does not get highlighted. You always hear stories about fathers being non-existent, fathers not being there. But this is let me just be real. Just because you're a woman and you're able to carry a child does not mean that you're going to be a mother or a great mother at that, or even a decent mother. Just because you're there as a woman that carried that child does not mean that you are a present mom. That doesn't mean that you're a present mother. But like I said before, whenever these holidays and such come around, people are always like, oh, happy, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, right? And then when Father's Day come around, people are still like, happy Father's Day to all the mothers out there. And I'm like, I don't know where I'm at right now. I literally do not know where I'm at right now, where I literally see women up here getting Father's Day cards, welcoming, having the fact of getting the title a father. Like I said, for me, for me, a lot of this stuff is strange because, like I said before, from my experience being raised around black women, I never heard none of this. All of this talk where black women are consistently bashing black men, hating black men, having disdain and all of this for black men, I never heard this. My grandmother was married twice. I didn't hear her sit up there and try to badmouth black men. My grandmother has two older sons, both my uncles, both are fathers. Both are present in their kids' life and have pretty much always been present in their kids' lives. My mother, she's never badmouthed my father. Regardless of however they split, wherever their relationship is, she ain't never sit up there and badmouth him in my presence. When I look online, I see a lot of black women sitting up there doing that. I've heard conversations in the black community of black mothers bad-mouthing the father in front of the kids. Bad-mouthing the father in front of everybody else. And then you want to turn around and wonder why the dude don't want to sit up there and even have anything to do with you or the kids. It's because of your mouth. Like I said before, like it's crazy that, like I keep saying, in order to argue, it takes two people to argue. But yet, when you sit up there and try to fit logic and common sense into subjects such as these, it's always a deflection. Like, well, he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. I'm like, all right, you could talk all day long about every single thing that he did wrong. What specifically did you do wrong in that relationship in order to have the problem that you have right now? And what normally happens with a lot of black women is silence. You're not going to really hear a lot of black women who have a platform that want to talk about black men. You're not going to hear them say like, okay, I was the bad guy here. I did this wrong, 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 this wrong. I could have did this better, maybe this better. I should have 100%. They're not going to do that. Accountability is not a thing. Responsibility is not a thing. Acknowledgement of self is not a thing. Because every single thing in those topics, every single time those topics come up, the woman is 100% the victim. The woman has not done anything wrong at all. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, wow. I don't know. Like I said before, I don't know who are raising some of the women out here. But that wouldn't have been flying in the household that I came from. Because those women there would have made you take accountability for those decisions and the wrong guys that you decided to sit up there and sleep with and be with. That you want to quote unquote badmouth. If you want to badmouth them, that reflects negatively on you because you slept and chose those guys. So everything negative that you're saying about those men, you're also saying about yourself. But like I said before, go have that conversation with a lot of these black women out here who got those platforms and see what they say. They're gonna laugh they're gonna laugh it off. They're gonna dismiss it. They're gonna do everything but acknowledge the fact. Now, versus, like I said before, I've watched conversations from certain people in the Manosphere where guys are put directly in place to be held accountable and responsible for their wrong decision making. Now, some men will sit up and say, like, yeah, I was wrong. I did this wrong. I could have, you're right. I could have sat up there and did this better. Other ones are a little bit reluctant. They were like, all right, right? But at the end, they'll still sit there and be like, you were right. You're right. You're not really going to find too many platforms, if any, where black women are literally running these platforms, talking about these negative relationships, and they're sitting up there holding themselves and other women accountable for the selective choices and decisions that they made in men that led them up to the emotional breakage, the emotional discomfort, the hurt and the pain and the sorrow that they feel at this current moment in time. Like I said, that's all I'm saying. Like, that's bars. Like I said, that's all I'm saying. But like I said, for me as a guy, I can only in a sense like say so much because like I said, I'm a guy. How many women are actually going to listen to a guy, talk about quote unquote women's problems and issues? Not a lot. Not a lot, if any at all. And this is when I set up and said in a multitude of videos that I directed and dedicated to black women, where I set up and said, like, yo, y'all need to start speaking up. Y'all got to start teaching these young girls. Y'all got to start getting together with these other women because black women ain't going to listen to me. If I'm trying to sit up there and tell them, like, yo, this is how you sit up there and get better. This is how you do this and X, Y, Z. They'll be like, I'm not listening to you. You a man. You part of the problem. You the oppressor. You a black man at the end of the day. You the same as the white man. And I'm like, all right, you got it. You got it, coach. You got it. You got it. You got it. Like I said, that for me, that's the end of the conversation. As soon as I start seeing the mouth run, I'm like, that's the end of the conversation. I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna sit up there and go where my energy is needed because obviously, like I said before, you got it 100%, coach. You are the champion. You are the warrior. You are all the guys in the pantheon. You don't need nobody's help. You got it. You are the MVP. I will never again sit up there and try to disrespect you with my words of logic. Never again. You got it. You got it. So this is why y'all be sitting up there seeing me write a lot of stuff in the comment section. I'm like, you got it, coach. And I'm out of there. I'm like, I'm not about to sit up here and argue. You already know how this goes. I already know how it goes. We good. We good. We good. you know? Hey, it's like this is why I never went to like a high school reunion. Because it's like it was always amazing to me, right? Let me just put it into perspective, right? Obviously, as you see, I have no type of swag, no nothing, right? I have, you know, no type of like flashy clothes or nothing like that. SEIJIHITO rough hito, right? This is how I was, right? Even in high school, like I just didn't care. It's whatever it is. If you found me attractive, you found me attractive. It is. If you didn't, it is what it is. But I'll be in the back in the lunchroom with my deck of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I'll be sitting up there playing with the other brothers back there, right? Why you sitting up there calling us cornballs and childish and all this other type of stuff because we're playing card games with cartoon characters and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, this is the one thing to if we even have young men out here watching, right? If the girls out here are calling you because you play video games, because you play like Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic the Gathering, whatever it is. If you got girls out there calling you like lame, sitting up there saying like, all this other type of stuff, right? That basically they're just interested. They would never find you interesting. Just note that these are the same girls that are lonely every single night, every single day. They're always self-conscious. They sleep around with a multitude of guys. They can never actually keep one single guy because mentally they're not there. The only thing that they're getting used for 100% is their body because that's all they have to offer at that moment in time because they are not developed enough to actually be able to offer more, to be able to get more of a selection of different men who will see them other than a sexual object. But like I said before, going back to the basics, because they're lonely, because they're self-conscious, because they're trying to compete with other girls during that time, they're going to put out their best asset for it. What is that? Their body. And what else are they going to sit up there and do? Yet again, unprotected sex. They're going to be out there drinking. They're going to be out there smoking. They're going to be doing all of the cool and adult things, right? Living wild and dangerously. And you know what happens when you see those same girls during like your senior year and after your senior year? You see them walking down the block with a stroller, and that father probably ain't even in sight. Or you see them walking with a stroller and they're pregnant with another kid. So at no point in time as you as a young man should you ever feel that you should have to be forced to move faster than what your speed already is. And especially you shouldn't be doing that for a girl, and technically you shouldn't be doing that for a woman. You should be moving because you want to better yourself. You should be moving because you have certain expectations of yourself. Because your whole goal as a young man and a man is to basically build yourself up. Focus on you. Do the things that you need to do in order to be a better man. For you first, and then women second. Because at the end of the day, women are going to come and go. You're still going to have to deal with yourself day in and day out. And if anything on you is slacking, if it ain't where it's supposed to sit up there and be, you ain't ready. So like I said, never sit up there and feel bad at all when any of the women out here or any of these young girls out here sitting up there trying to quote unquote put you in your place because you're a child and all of this other time. Like I said before, you got to understand that you got a lot of girls out here and a lot of women out here who want to feel like they got something a little bit over you. So they're going to try to diminish you in a certain type of way. They'll try to call you a boy. They'll try to call you a child and a variety of other things, trying to say that, okay, well, child, trying to say that basically they're older and they know more and they're more mature. When realistically, that's not the point. You want to, in a sense, belittle somebody and you want to try to diminish anything that somebody has done, especially a man. You're just showing how immature you are as a young girl and as a woman. But like I said before, when you try to fit logic in those situations, people want to start getting butthurt. So, it is what it is. You know, it's crazy out here. Tonda said, "No one is responsible for who loves you more than yourself." And let me just make people understand this. Tonda was one of the moderators that was there when we had a live stream a while ago where there was a black woman who stated that she was in a DV type of relationship in marriage. And I tried to speak common sense directly to her because this is a black man and I obviously care for her safety. She also stated that she is a mother. So I'm like, all right, let me just do this from like a whole different perspective, right? Let me just put the caring Seji directly out here. So I started talking to this woman, and when in a sense you first meet somebody, you hear them, you can already get a hint of certain things. But in order to be 100%, you need to let people talk. So I sat up there and let her talk. She talked about the relationships and the types of guys. So at a point in time, I had to basically interject. I'm like, so would you say that you have like a certain type of guy that you go for or look for? She said no. I'm like, all right, hold my beer. Let me take up this challenge. So I sat up there and asked her to re-go over her relationships again. She went over relationship number one. She listed something to the effect of, that the guy was all right in the beginning, but he has certain things that he was addicted to, right? Like alcohol and gambling. It was like, all right. And it was like, has that guy ever had any type of stints in jail or anything like that? She was like, yeah. I'm like, all right, got you. So let's go to number two. So she was like, number two, the dude was aggressive. He was, like the abusive, type of dude and different things of that nature. I was like, all right, well, has that dude ever had any stints in jail or prison? She was like, yes. Keeping composure. I'm like, all right, no problem. So I'm like, let's go to your current relationship, the guy that you're with at this moment in time. To my knowledge, if I can remember correctly, I don't think the guy was actually working. She was the one that was actually working, right? And then she also had a older daughter, right, that was having some issues as well. But I'm going to get to that in a second. And I asked her to list the stuff about him. She said that, things were, kind of good. And then things were rocky. Different things happened in the relationship. And then the same thing started happening. She said that the dude was abusive, but she fought back. And he never did that ever again. She said that he does have a temper and he does say things every now and again and da 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 da. And I was like, has this dude ever had a stint in jail and prison? What do you think she stated, class? She said yes. And I'm like, ma'am, you have a type. You're not going to sit up here. And this is when I started getting aggravated. Because I'm like, I don't like, in a sense, like, I want to be nice and I want to try to help somebody. But you're going to sit up here and roll up and lie to me to my face. And you're going to tell me as a black woman that, yo, I don't have a type. All three of the dudes that you had these stints, these relationships with, are abusive. They have addiction issues. And they've had a stint in jail or prison. And you're going to try to tell me that you, as a grown woman with grown kids, that you don't have a type. Wow. Wow. And then hearing her sitting up there like, wow, me, Tonda, I think Lotus might have been there, while we're trying to speak some common sense into her. And Tonda and Lotus are trying to talk from a woman's angle. They're trying to speak love into her. She's laughing, she's deflecting, she's moving from side to side about stuff. And I'm just getting aggravated. So then it got to the fact where she started talking about her daughter. Oh, this is the part that I'd be especially talking about when I be talking about black mothers out here. She stated that her daughter is in a relationship where she's getting abused. And I sat up there, I'm like, ma'am, you're telling us that your daughter is asking you for help, but she's stating to you that you can't help her because you still haven't gotten out of her situation. Do you not understand how you've enabled your daughter to relive and go through the same hurt and pain that you were going through and that you are still currently going through at this moment in time? Do you not realize the ramifications of your choices as a black woman? And it's like, I had to let them just start talking, because I was going to start just going off, because it was the amount of laughing and stuff that was happening and disregarding for what all three of us were sitting up there saying. I'm like, I can't do it. This is why I go off on a lot of videos, because like I said before, if a black man can't sit up there and tell a black woman common sense and logic, if I have two other black women who are mothers who are trying to speak to this woman with love and logic, if they can't sit up there and get through to her, what? This is why you hear the anger and the frustration in every single video that I do revolving around black women. Because that one woman that came onto that live stream for hours, because she is a symptom of a larger problem amongst black women in the black community, where you have a lot of black women raising kids, enabling and allowing the same type of things that they went through, allowing their kids to go through those same types of things. That's ridiculous to me. I don't have patience, and I do not have tolerance for that type of nonsense. And then to sit up there, and then other black women want to be like, well, this wouldn't be happening if, black men were actually fathers, if they were actually in the lives of their children and their families of which they produced. This wouldn't happen if you decided to keep your legs closed and not choose the wrong type of black dude because of how he can sit up there and make you feel good at night. If we want to sit up there and keep it a buck. If you want to sit up there and keep it a stack, if you want to be real. But like I said, when you want to sit up there and tell women who automatically feel that, yo, we are the gods of this planet, we control every single thing. Like I said, no, big yourself up. I have no problem. Go ahead and do that. But if I, as a man, am going to acknowledge the fact that you're saying that you're a god, that you're this, that you're that, I'm going to acknowledge that. I'm also going to hold you accountable and responsible, as you should be, champ. The same way I would sit up there and come to black men out here. Yo, woe is me. I'm on, 19 different child supports and I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm out here struggling. It's a stressful situation. Well, you should have stopped sleeping around with trifling women, unprotected. Sounds like a personal problem there, buddy. What are you going to do? What you going to do when that child support comes for you? What you going to do? What you going to do? Because you can't expect me to sit up there and care. Because you decided to act irrational. You decided to act illogical because you wanted to act on your sexual desires. The same thing with black women out here. Stop sitting up here getting wet at the sight of a guy that you deem to be attractive because of all of the bad behavior, all of the edginess that he has. Stop sitting up there doing that. Like I said before, that like, it's crazy to me. But like I said before, when you try to sit up there and tell this to women out here, to like, yo, just close your legs and relax, fan yourself off. You're sweating a little bit, you're dripping. Fan yourself off. It ain't that serious. When you sit up there and try to sit up there and tell women that, it's a problem. It's a problem. Don't tell women how or what they should be doing with their bodies. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. So go out there, go get wet, go get moist. I know a lot of people hate that word, so that's why I'm using it. Go get sexually satisfied, and then let me know how those results come back. Let me know how that's going to sit up there and fare out for you in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, because you're not thinking that far. Because you're only thinking about your sexual desires and how those men make you feel. And you're not thinking about the long term on if those guys are actually going to stay with you or find you suitable to be a wife after you've been ran through 100 different times. But like I said before, when you decide that you want to have these conversations with women, this is when women want to start disappearing. Trust me, because I've had these conversations. I've had these conversations, no hold bar conversations, and people disappear. Yeah, I'll tell you this, because I got a cousin, and I love my cousin to death, right? Um, he's now, married to, the person that he wants to be married to. Great guy, no problem, right? This is the thing that I would sit up there and tell you. The same conversation that I've wanted to, in a sense, have with my cousin, I didn't really have to, because it was like he just found that person and it's all good, right? But to you and other black men that are like you, yo, y'all better start being ultra careful as well. Like I said, I done had these conversations in a lot of videos as well, dealing with young black men being out here and being targeted. Like I said, Ed Buck, that was a white man that has money. He had connections with Hillary and all of the, the other elites. And he was just taking down black men. He was using black men. And I promise you, more than likely, because drugs were involved, that none of those black men were basically having relations protected. Which means that there is a possibility. There's like, I don't have numbers for it, but I'm going to put a number to it. I'm going to say it's a 90% chance that those black men could have received any type of STI either from shared needle use or from the unprotected relations that they were having continuously with Ed Buck while also receiving money. And the other thing I'm going to sit up there and say as well, be very careful of the groups that you decide that you want to be a part of. Because remember, no matter if you are a part of it or not, just because you are, just note that those are white run groups and that they control all of that money. They control all of the rules and the regulations. Because like I said before, some people are like, oh, well, Cedric, you don't know nothing about the LGBT and the struggle. I looked up Stonewall and I learned what that was about. And I also understood the fact that a lot of these movements were started by gay black men. And those gay black men don't get the appreciation. They don't get the love and the support from the whole gay community. So in my mind, that automatically tells me that just like how those pioneers for the gay community to allow it to be what it is today, how they don't get that love and support, you as well are not going to get that same love and support either. So if anything happens to you, they're not going to sit up there and care unless they can make money off of it or monetize it in some certain type of way. So that's all I'm sitting up there saying. Be, very careful out there. Be very careful out there. Because you have a lot of trifling individuals out there that do not care about their lives. I've done videos about other black men who are out here, who are playing both sides of the fence, who are both sleeping with men and women, and they were passing around STDs. Incurable. So, like I said before, the same thing I sit up there and tell black men out here when messing with women, the same thing I sit up there and tell women out here when messing with other men is the same thing I'm sitting up there telling you as a man. You better be careful out here. And you better be careful and mindful of the company that you keep, because I promise you, that company don't care about you. So, you know. We got TM1. What is up? That is bars. The common denominator is you when it comes to messed up relationships. Matter of fact, let me just check to see if this is even monetized the way it's supposed to be. I bet you it's not. I'm not even gonna worry about it. It's whatever it is. It's probably not. It don't even matter realistically. It's whatever. I ain't gonna worry about it. But yeah, that is 100% bars. That is straight bars. That is what it is. But like I said before, when it comes to people accepting and taking acknowledgement and holding the responsibility of that, people don't want to hold that bag. People don't want to do it. Let me see. I'll put it to you like this. I've highlighted this. Let me tell you something. I've highlighted this in a video before, and I've talked about this before. That you will have some of the black women out there who are all in support of, the LGBT and different things like that, right? No problem. Cool. Do you? But then when it comes to straight black men and they want to try to demean them or come at them in a negative way, those same black women who supposedly, quote unquote, support the LGBT, they will turn around and call a straight black man gay, trying to demoralize him, trying to take him down a notch, basically using that as a negative. And I basically stated in the video, I'm like, how can you, as a black woman, say that you love and support the LGBT, but then when you have an argument or whatever it is with a straight black man, you now want to label him as gay? You want to label him, you want to use that as a negative to basically cut him, to come at him in a certain type of way. So like I said before, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. Like I said, I I'm pretty sure that you might have seen it directly online on a variety of different platforms. I know that I have seen it myself in my own comment section where women have directly come at me and stated that a variety of times. And this is when I sit up there and state, I'm like, yo, sweetheart, at the end of the day, as a black man, you are nowhere in my line of sight. And I wear glasses. You are nowhere in my line of sight. I am focused on a certain type of black women out here. You are not it. Just like you're focused on a certain type of man. Obviously, I'm not it. But the main thing I sit up there and try to get through to people, I'm like, if you know that I am not your choice or your selection, why are you even coming here to even let me know that you exist? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe if, I was like a child, right? And I was in middle school and this is a little girl, right? Maybe I would understand, like, okay, you're saying all of this negative stuff towards me because you like me, because that's how it worked in middle school, right? If you had a girl that was picking on you and saying all of these things, they were actually doing it because they like you. But I'm like, we're grown out here. So I'm like, ain't nobody doing that. So, like I said, it's crazy out here. Hey, hey, I mean, you know, I'm at the point where if people want to talk about their experiences and stuff, hey, it is what it is. I'm not going to try to sit up there and control or do anything like that. That's whatever people want to sit up there and do, at the end of the day. So if if people want to listen to other individuals, hey, so be it. I have no problem with that. But, if things don't work out, hey, you know what it is. You know what it is. Um, you know, wait, what? Wait, I see what you're saying, but we got to live in reality. When you have hurt people, and matter of fact, let me just swap this image here because this is I gotta actually download it again. Let me just swap this image to better to use a better example. Let me just do that real quick because this is the comment that I'm highlighting. So give me a quick little second here to switch this up for you guys. Let me put you to case number one right here. This is case number one right here. Right? You got a black father, right? With his beautiful daughter, right? You got this black woman down here who is actually, because let me just let some people know, because some people were like, how do we actually know that this is, go look her up. She has social media platforms all over, right? But I will sit up there and say this: if you go look her up, I'm not sitting up there telling you to be disrespectful or anything like that. I'm not telling you to sit up there and do that. That is not what I sit up there and tell people to do. I'm just going to be very clear directly on that. Everybody else is adults. They can sit up there and make their own decisions on what it is that they want to do. No, Seja is not sitting up here telling you to go directly out here and harass somebody else because they left a dumbass comment. Now, for Ashley Reed's example, you have this hurt black woman here who decided to leave this comment directly underneath a black father's picture. She don't know this man, to my knowledge, from everything that I understood. She don't know this man. But yet, as a black woman, as a woman that lives in America, she felt that it was all right and acceptable to come at this beautiful picture in a negative way. How, Sway? How, Sway? Hold on. Matter of fact, let me highlight your next comment, right? So then you listed later on, you were like, black men need to take accountability. No problem. This is in a sense what Seji is here for. This is why Seji does videos. He does live streams. He tends to talk personal, right? This is why I also talk in third person, right? That's what Seji does. Now, you say that black men need to be held accountable, right? But where is the accountability when it comes to this black woman and other black women who want to negatively come at a black man like this? Where is the protection for this father? Because a lot of black women like to sit up there and say like, oh, father, black men, they don't like to be fathers. They're never present in their children's lives and different things of that nature, right? This is what is normally stated, correct? So I got you. No problem. Because people tend to believe that, black men don't want to be fathers. Black men actually don't care. We just like to just procreate and abandon, right? That's just what we do. It's in our DNA to do this, right? So then I will bring you to the next example that we have directly here. This is the full-fledged picture of that family. A beautiful, beautiful, melanated family. Beautifully melanated family. And expecting. And this is the type of hate that a black father had to take on from a black woman. And you're talking about, but black men need to take accountability. How many black women are you going to take, or are you going to put to task on that same accountability when they leave comments like this and even worse online, talking about black fathers who are there? Because every single time, my mentality now, whenever I see black women leave these comments, I'm like, you're just mad because this is a guy that you could never get. This is a marriage that you could never have. This is a relationship that you always sought after, but you missed it. You just missed the mark for some reason. So because you never sat up there and made it, you want to sit up there and put some type of negative hate on a black man because you were never selected to be in a picture like this. You were never chosen to be that quote unquote wife, that marriage material, that relationship material, that love material, that mother material. But I guess you're right though. Black men have to take accountability because it's always a black man's fault, right? Boy, oh boy, let me tell you something. Boy, oh boy. Then later on, you said, I think black men, just like black women who have bad experiences with multiple black people. I hear what you say about like the autocorrect. Trust me. I follow what you're saying. I got you. Song said, I hated my dad until I realized I didn't have to. He was strict on me, but he was there. I shared, like, did I share that story? At a certain point in time in my life, my mom had told me that, my father had died, right? And she was doing that, to, protect me and stuff. And I never technically understood it, and I was always mad at her for it. But I was even angrier at my father because I'm like, yo, what's happening? Right? So this is why you hear a lot of people, especially men, they'll sit up there and say like that Will Smith scene where he's crying to Uncle Phil when he's like, yo, I don't need my father. I didn't, need him when I first got my first girlfriend, when I made my first money, when I got to school. It's like, even right now, as a grown man, it's like, yo, you can feel that. You can feel that pain and that hurt because that's real. Because you have a lot of black boys that, in a sense, have had that same sense of that hurt and not, in a sense, really healing. Right? That's why it cuts so deep. So after begging my mom for years for I think my 18th or my 19th birthday, I still got like the picture. I got a chance to see my dad. And I treated it almost like a business meeting because I wanted to, like, I felt that I'm like, yo, let me come as, as professional, as, possible, stern handshake and, and different stuff like that. And he had also came at that time with his wife. I'm not sure if they might be still married or whatever, which was technically was surprising me. I'm like, in a sense, why is she here? But it's like, in my mind, I understood she was here just to check out my mom, right? To see if there was like a threat, any potentiality or anything like that. And my mom really she didn't even stay in the room, right? So it was me. I was talking to him. And then I was also, talking to her because I'm like, all right, this is like your wife or whatever. I'm not going to make her feel, any type of way about the situation. I'm going to, bring her, into this and, and different stuff like that, right? Trying to be, mature about the situation. And it went from a point of it to me feeling like a business type of thing, the way I was trying to treat it, to everything breaking down to like me being a happy, you know, young man that, yo, I get to, show him who I am. I get to, show him like, yo, I play like, these type of video games. I get to have these conversations, right? I get to show him all the drawings that, I've done, over the years. I get to show him like all of the notebooks of all of the poetry that, I've written, over the years. I even got to, read that out, directly to him. And I got to see that, that reaction on his face that I always wanted, you know? And then it was like, you go from all of that to everything disappearing, right? It was like, went back to normal. Because in my mind, as a young man, I always felt that if you're my father, I realistically shouldn't have to seek you out. You should be the one that wants to have that connection with me, right? I shouldn't have to acknowledge you. That was never my job, right? So then I let some months go by because I felt that, all right, we first, we met, and you said some plans. You said he was in the Dragon Ball Z and different stuff like that, right? And then, I was like, you know what? Let me just do this for the first time because I never got a chance. Like, let me just sit up there and call him on, on Father's Day, right? And I called him on Father's Day. The conversation went good up until I realized that he was carrying on a conversation and didn't even realize that it was me that he was talking to. And it was at that time where I realized why my mom did the things that she did when she told me, like, hey, your father, he died, a long time ago, something happened, I'm not going to go into details, all that other stuff, because she was trying to protect me, because she more than likely already had a hint or already knew that potentially things might not go the way that I felt that they should have went. So trust me, I 100% understand that sentiment, because I was that young man at the time. Anytime I potentially thought about my father, I was in an internal type of like rage, and an internal type of anger, because I was always trying to figure out, what is it about me that he doesn't want to claim? What is it about me that he doesn't want in his life? What is it about me, that's so wrong? And it's like, after you go through life and you walk a little bit and you start to understand some things, you start to see it for what it is. It was never you. It was never you. It was never you at all. So this is why I've always stated that if the chance ever presents itself, that I would just make sure to never be like my father. I will appreciate him for that moment that I was able to get, that I finally wanted. And I will appreciate the fact that I was shown something. I was given a great example of what not to do. And I will forever thank him for that, because that will forever be my measurement when it comes to becoming a father. I will never do that. I'll never do that. Anyways, let's continue on with these comments here. Let me see. Autocorrect. Negatives and positive relationship. I watch my own family. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Like I said, when you're a young man and like I said, all of the greater majority of my male friends, they all had their fathers in their lives. Pretty much all of them. My boy Big Mike, his father was there. My boy Linnell, his father is there. Um, had another friend by the name of Mike. His father was technically there. Um, my boy Chris, his father, always there, hardworking, day in and day out. Like that is a structured man right there. He is not going for like no type of nonsense. If he expects something from you, he expects something from you. My boy Ricky, his father was the exact same way. He was a no nonsense type of dude. He was a very proud dude. He loved his family. He loved his wife. Like I said before, and this is why I give so much love and appreciation to a lot of black fathers out there, because even though I didn't, in a sense, have one, I had many, right? My boy Chris, my boy Ricky, my boy Big Mike, and many, the guy Rob, that was another black father right there. He sat up there and took all of us to our very first, basketball tournament. He wanted us to have like that experience. And then that was a brother that was sitting up there working at I think it was like Ford or GM, and he was sitting up there designing cars. Like some of the cars he designed, people are driving right now. So it's like for me, I've had a lot of positive black role models, positive black male role models in my life, either by way of just black men in general or by black fathers. This is why I make sure to show my love, appreciation, and to support, to those black fathers out here, because I know and understand that a lot of y'all don't get that. Case in point, the comment by Leela Brown that what she sat up there and left. Like I said, the craziest part is that because of some of the black men out here, every single black man is now an abandoned father, an absentee father. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Every single black man out here is responsible for that. But like I said, I let other people tell their experiences. That's how they set up there and put it, because they know and been with every single black man out here. So it's like, hey, you know. But to what Prince said, it's like, yeah, it's tough, especially when you're young and you're still trying to figure yourself out. You're still trying to figure out the world, and you're still trying to battle your, the chemicals running through your body. It's like, yo, it's tough. It's tough. But once you become older, you realize that, a lot of those things, it's mental, and it also has to do with the fact of those unanswered questions. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of kids out here would be a little bit less angrier if they were able to at least get an answer as to why this happened. Why aren't you here? Why don't you love me? Right? Let me see. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You're saying that some men trick the nice women and sometimes use them. I get that. I get that. Nobody, what was that? Rebellious. Much love and appreciation to whoever just subscribed to the channel. Much love and appreciation to you. Um, but like I said, I get that. I get that 100%. But I put it to you like this: in my experience, in a sense, at least, depending on what happens as a woman, you can technically walk away. You're not going to be made to be held responsible for anything. While me as a black man, if I was potentially with a woman and the child is not mine, she could put my name on a birth certificate. She could tell the state that such and such and such is the father of this child, so she could sit up there and get money. That would then make me liable. If I decide not to pay the money for whatever reason, the state will come directly after me. You'll see a black car, unmarked, show directly up in front of your house. You'll see this tall black police officer full of weapons and ammunition, bulletproof vest, wearing a badge. And he'll come directly to your door and he'll be like, I'm looking for such and such and such. Are you that person? Do they live here? And then you're a little bit reluctant. You're like, I don't know who that is. Who's asking? And then they sit up there and tell you that you have to go down to the state. You're being forced to take a DNA test. And if you don't basically comply with anything, that they will put out a bench warrant for your arrest and you'll be put directly in jail. When you have something like that, as a young black man who is trying to do the right thing, that's trying to be accepting of the fact that this young black woman obviously made some wrong choices. She made a mistake. Fine, I can overlook that. Let me just look at her for who she is. Let me not hold her down because of the mistake she did because she was young. And like I said before, you have a lot of women out here that will take your niceness and your kindness for weakness. And they'll do stuff like that. That's something as a man that you can't walk away from. Because you have a lot of men right now who are not the father of a lot of kids, but women out here wanted to pin the responsibility on somebody just so that they could sit up there and get some money. You have a lot of men still fighting through the court system. You have one example of a man in Detroit who proved that he's not the father through DNA test. The woman who also wrote his name directly on there stating that he was the father came out instead that she lied that he's not the father. But guess what? Do you think that the courts care about that man? Nah. They said he owed at that point in time, they said that the back pay for child support was almost 40 grand. And they were trying to hold him and keep him in jail. So when people talk about accountability and responsibility, I would love to know how many women out here are going to hold a lot of other women out here responsible for lying on men and pinning kids on them that aren't theirs. But as always, it is what it is because realistically, a lot of women out here don't care. I'm not saying specifically you, Tonda. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying a lot of other women out here don't care because I've heard them say, oh, well, he deserved it. Well, he shouldn't have slept with her. That's his fault, and yada, yada, yada. The reason why you have a lot of guys out here making mistakes with a lot of women like that is because a lot. Sorry, dry throat. My bad. Give me 1 second. Jesus. Oh, man. Felt like it was like sand and rocks. But the reason why that's able to transpire is because you have a lot of women out here that are very great liars. Very great and excellent liars. They will show you exactly what it is that you think that you see. And then you know what happens at the end of the day is being the man that's steering that ship. They'll have you crash into some rocks. And you're like, how did I get here? How did I get here? Like I said, you have a lot of great men out here that want to do the right things, but they're afraid to sit up there and do those things because they see what other men have to go through. Ain't no dude out here trying to go to jail, back and forth, lose their job, their home, and everything because a woman wants to sit up there and lie about her kids and if these kids are actually his or not. Like I said, stories like that, You don't have a lot of women on these platforms talking about that. Remember, every woman is a victim. Every man is a criminal. So with that type of logic, nothing is ever going to get solved. You know, it's tough. It is tough. Tippy, you know that picture was just up here, right? We just had that picture up there. It was up there for like the longest part. Of course, I'm back. I'm back in comments, so I'm catching up to you. I'm at like the 540 mark in comments. Um, wait, F it is I at you with half your name. Just know it's to you. I don't even know what that means. Ooh, ooh, that's bars. Ooh, that's bars. A clear cut of dysfunction is Megan Good. That's bars. She was married to a pastor. That's the greatest that you can sit up there and do. The dude ain't sit up there and cheat on her. He didn't sit up there and do nothing. He was 100% faithful. What did Megan? What happened with that marriage? Divorce. And you know what Megan Good is sitting up here doing now? She's sitting up here sitting with a white dude that's a battle rapper. You left being with a pastor to be with a battle rapper, supposedly. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And that dude, as a husband, he was body blocking for Megan. The way that she dresses and every single thing, he was body block. He was protecting her. And you see where that set up there and got him. Divorce. Yo, we got Officer Haku directly in here. What is up? What is up? What is up? I was. The holidays are not truthful and why they were created. Let me just reiterate myself. I didn't vote for nobody, and I've been stating that. Regardless of black people sitting up there coming at me like, "Oh, you don't want change. You're part of the problem," trying to sit up there and goad me into sitting up there voting because they voted. And like I basically showcased to people before, Joe Biden ain't do nothing. Joe Biden stated a while back that he ain't going to do nothing about reparations for black people unless it encompasses Native Americans. Mind you, back in 2016, let me see if I can find that because I had that article directly up. Mind you, Native Americans. Let's see here if the shot is even up here. It's not up here. Ain't that something? It was an article that I took a snapshot of. It should have been in like 2016. You had Native Americans receive, I think it was like somewhere upwards to like 200 million or something like that, for about 17 different tribes. You can probably look it up to like find the article. It was like 2016, 2017. No, not 2016. I'm talking 2006. My bad. It's early in the morning. Please forgive me. But and like I said, every time I start seeing stuff about Joe Biden, I'm just looking at black people. I'm like, so nothing. And it's like it's complete silence. It's complete silence. And I'm like, all right, well, all right, it is what it is. So this is why every other group of people will continue always getting some types of form of money, while black people are not, if ever, going to sit up there and get anything. The most that we got was a black woman to the Supreme Court. And let me show you how far that's basically going to sit up there and go, right? Oh, I don't got that picture up here. That's another picture I now got to download. Let me just go here real quick. Give me a quick second. Because like I said, it's dealing with foolishness when it comes with, you know, looking online, just straight unadulterated foolishness. So this is where we are at this moment in time, right? Where we got articles like this, and y'all seen the video that I posted. It says why more black women should consider marrying white men. Isn't that a great title? Realistically, like what I expected to go through the comment sections underneath this article, I expected all the divestors, all the black women divestors from the community that dislike, that loathe, that hate black men. I expected them to be directly underneath that comment section, just joyful, and just loving the fact that somebody wrote this article to showcase what they've been saying all along. And I didn't see that. You know what I saw in the reactions? It was a lot of people that rated it trash. And it wasn't black men who rated it trash, because this was on a Caucasian platform. So like I said before, people can play those games if they want to, thinking that everything is all good. But hey, like I said before, people are free to do whatever it is that they want to sit up there and do at the end of the day. Go ahead, go do you. Go do you. The thing is that you don't have to let me know what it is that you're doing. I pretty much feel that that's fair. I don't need to know what it is that you're doing, because it's none of my business. The only time it becomes my business is when you want me to entertain what it is that's happening directly in your life, which realistically shouldn't be my business. But you can't tell people nothing. And then the thing that I set up there and told people, I'm like, the funniest thing about this, because you have a lot of black women say that, oh, black men don't care, black men don't love black women. Hold my beer for 1 second. The ironic thing about this whole circus that you see directly in front of you dealing with this article is that it was not a white man that wrote this, wasn't a white woman that wrote this, it wasn't even a divester that wrote this. It is a black man that is married to a black woman that has black kids that wrote that article pertaining to black women. Ooh. You can't make this up. This is the Twilight Zone right now. And both of them are very smart, highly educated black people. Whew. But it was a black man that wrote that article talking to black women dating white men, while this black man is married to a black woman with all black kids. Oh, You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Lord. Whew. Oh man, let me tell you. It's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see. Oh no 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 no! Trust me. Hold on, hold on. I know who Love Dorsey is. I know who Love. Trust me. Trust me. Hold on. Hold on. I know who Love Dorsey is. She don't play no games. She don't miss. She is hitting targets directly out here. She is hitting targets. And this is why you don't have a lot of black women entertaining or watching the stuff that she puts out there. She's even put herself directly out there stating that there are a lot of things that she did wrong in relationships. There are a lot of things that she did wrong initially overall. And there was a lot of self love and healing that she needed to do in order to become a better person. Like I said, I love Dorsey. She's dope. She is dope. She's one of the few that's directly out here trying to sit up there and set stuff straight. Because I can't sit up there and do it. Because, like I said, women are going to sit up there and listen to me. It's always going to be a deflection. If the topic is solely on black women and what's going on, it's going to magically be a topic about black men. And then people are going to start bringing up their relationships. This black man did this. This black man did that. Nobody's asking or talking about any of that. Nobody. Like I said, I got a video rolling up where I'm going through the comment section, and there was a woman that rolled up in there, and she wanted to start talking about, you know, black men and different things like that. I'm like, ma'am, being as nice as possible. That has nothing to do with the situation. The topic is solely on black women. Now, when I sit up there and do videos on black men, sure, no problem. Say what y'all want to say because that's what y'all like sitting up there doing. No problem. You want to air out your grievances then? No problem. Because you want to list him as an example. You want to list him as one of the ones, as if y'all dated and no problem. Sit up there and do that. When a focus is on black women, I would actually expect adults to actually stay on topic. But obviously, it's not where we are. So, this is why I sat up there and stated that there needs to be more women out here like Love Dorsey because she is about acceptance, acknowledgement, and taking responsibility for her own actions, which led to the types of relationships and interactions that she had with men. Yes, the guys that she was dealing with were jacked up, but she would have never have come in contact with those guys if at those times her energy was different. And that's what a lot of women don't even understand because they think that they're perfect. They think that they can't do anything wrong. They think that they're not doing anything wrong in a relationship currently that they're in. They think that it's always the guy. The guy needs to do the fixing. The guy needs to do the changing. The guy needs to do this. The guy needs to do that. Sweetheart, realistically, it's been you this whole time. You're asking one person to do all of this changing, but yet you stay the same. That's not how that works. The universe in the world evolves. You're not going to sit up here and tell me that you're going to stay as a constant when everything else greater than you changes. That's not what we're doing here. That's not what we're doing. Like I said, I don't subscribe to that type of logic. If I have to sit up there and change, there's obviously things about you that needs to change as well. Like I said, like it's crazy. Says you be real. A woman being accountable is her being responsible first, and then she will attract the right people. I mean, I've said that a multitude of times. I've said that a multitude of times. I've said that a multitude of times. But Tonda, you have seen the comments that I've gotten underneath those videos. Whenever I try to point this into the direction of black women, I start getting a whole bunch of mouth. Whole bunch of mouth. I get a whole bunch of this. And not enough of just listening. Because like I said before, men have always been made to be held accountable. Even when they're not doing anything wrong, you still need to be held accountable. So if men always got to be accountable, what's happening on the women's side? Nothing. You know. All right, well, obviously, some of the comments that we can't directly go over that I'm currently. Yeah, Lord. Oh, man. Ashley Reed said, "Oh my gosh, I wish this was an open panel." You know, I used to sit up there and have open panels, and things didn't go right. Things didn't really work out. Maybe, you know, I'll tell you this. Um, Miss Reed, I'll tell you this. At a point in time, I'm not sure. You might have to potentially like send me like an email or something. It should be like SEIJIHITO@gmail.com. When I happen to do a live stream, I will let you know. I'll try to like let you know like ahead of time, so that you can be ready, to basically do it. Like I said before, and I told other people, you don't have to cam up. I'm not asking people to sit up and cam up. You can have whatever the image of your picture is. You can just have that directly sitting up there. Um, all we need is voice. That's it. And you can sit up there and talk or chime in or something like that. Like I said, I like the interaction of having people there, but trying to hold things together is very difficult. It doesn't tend to work out in some cases. Like I said, I love all my moderators. I love you guys a lot. Love you guys to death. I really do. But that was a very tough time. That was a dark day for me. That was a dark day for me. Let me tell you. That was a very dark day right there. Um, Let me see. Let me see. Woo! Be careful out there. Be careful out there. Praying for you. Yo, we got the man up. Well, I can't highlight what Mo just said in the comment. But what's up, Mo? What's happening, brother? What's going on in these streets, man? What's happening? What's happening, man? Uh, that's bars. That's it. This man is on it. This man is on it. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I've spoken those exact same words when it comes to black women, right? In a sense, like selecting the type of guy that would respect women. But this is the area that comes in, right? A lot of women want to get on guys who actually love their mothers. I'm not talking about somebody that is just like hanging directly on their mom day in and day out and all that stuff. I'm talking about if it's just a guy that appreciates, respects, and love his mom, he gets disrespected because he appreciates, respects, and love his mom. Like it's the most craziest thing in life, right? Because I would assume that if a dude love and respects his mom, he's going to treat that woman the same way. So a woman would actually want that. I was incorrect. Horribly incorrect. I'm pretty sure a lot of guys out here have had stories where grown women have called a guy like a mama's boy. But notice, everybody knows that if a woman has a father, she is a daddy's girl. But a guy doesn't say that in a conversation to try to bring that woman, oh, you're a daddy's girl. You're a daddy's girl. Nobody does that. But you will always hear women sit up there and say, you're a mama's boy, you're a mama's boy, you're a mama's boy. So you don't like guys who respect who respect their moms. Gotcha. 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 And like I said before, this is how women end up in relationships with detrimental and chaotic guys. Because you're telling the universe what you don't want. You told the universe you disrespect and you don't respect guys who love their moms. So what is the universe going to sit up there and do? They're going to give you the guys who don't just respect women at all across the board. Don't matter who it is. So, that's where we at, man. That is where we are. Going back to the previous conversation that I listed about like an hour, I think, into the chat, the live stream, I've seen white guys list this on their own forums. Do you think that divestors go on those forums to see how those men talk about them? Nope. They don't care. They don't care. They don't even count them in the equation. For all purposes, those are just black men saying that. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay. As soon as I saw Tonda say that she was a security guard, now, like I said, I'm still rolling through comments, guys. Bear with me. I'm going through the whole list. Is this a live to promote black men? Um, I don't know exactly what that means. I mean, if you're saying like you want to be like positive towards black men, uplifting and stuff like that, sure, why not? Sure, why not? No problem with that. Like I said, I've welcomed positive talk about black women, mothers, and different things like that into chats before. So yeah, that's not really something that we in a sense get here. You know, yeah, had to convince her to get help, which she still didn't get. Still didn't get. Ah, I, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Like I said before, I just hear complaints. I'm thinking back to like when I was like 20 and quote unquote the friend zone, right? And I'm just sitting up there listening to girls complain, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm already in the friend zone, so what I say shouldn't even matter, shouldn't even hurt your feelings. So I'm like, I'm gonna come at you like a brother. Then I'm like, yo, you stupid. Um, you dating the wrong type of guys. Stop being stupid and dating the wrong type of guys, and you wouldn't have the same results. And then they sat up there and went from being angry at that guy to then being angry at me because I'm telling them the right thing. You put me in a friend zone for a reason. So as a good friend like State Farm, I'm going to make sure I'm a good neighbor. I'm just saying. But, like I said before, a lot of people can't take the truth. A lot of people can't take the truth. If ever in my young life I had a bad relationship, that's on me because I specifically chose that person and chose to be with that person. Right? Maybe I overlooked some red flags. Maybe I didn't see the red flags. Maybe I wasn't paying attention hard enough. But that was my fault at the end of the day. Nobody forced me to be with that person or be with those individuals. That was me. You know? So like I said before, I feel like, conversations are just different, just in general. You know, you know. And that was the main point, Tonda, right there. Yep. Let's go back to that right there. And she was laughing. Yep. And like, that was for me, that was a demoralizing hit. It was like I was angry and then I was sad at the same time. I'm like, I'm done. Like I just wanted to just like abruptly just like unplug my router and just go to sleep. I'm like, I'm done with this. I'm like, this is why I don't try to say anything when it comes to women going through these relationships and stuff like this because a lot of women just don't want to listen. And it's like I've heard people give excuses. They were like, "Yo, the battered woman syndrome and all this other type of stuff." I get that. That's cool. That's great. But when it's just you and you're risking your own life, fine, you can use that excuse. When it's you are a woman, and not only are you a woman, but you're a mother that has children there, and you're allowing them to see you go through this and get beat on and mistreated, that excuse ain't flying with me. Because life is no longer about you, it's about those kids. Like I said, take responsibility for the bed that you made. I don't have time to hear women make excuses talking about, battered woman syndrome. What about your kids? So they're not going to have battered children syndrome? They're not going to sit up there and suffer the exact same thing psychologically? Like it's just going to be you going through this? Those kids are going through the exact same thing as well. Like I said, when it comes, I'm not even about to do this right now. I'm not even about to do it. Woo! Woosah. Oh man. Yo, Black Revelations. What is up, man? What is up, man? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is happening? What is happening? What is going on? Look here. I'll put it to you like this. Like I said, if a guy is dating like an OnlyFans model, I know what that is. We clearly know what that is, right? That's a business arrangement, right? That they made behind closed doors. No problem with that. Do whatever it is that you want to sit up there and do. Do whatever it is that you want to sit up there and do, right? And for the women that are basically working, doing OnlyFans, do whatever it is that you want to do. You want to use your body to sit up there and make money? Go ahead and do what it is that you want to do. No problem. But for those women that's out there doing it, do not expect for guys to have any type of high like value or see you as worthy of being a wife. That's what comes with that cost. And always remember that the internet is forever. So just because you got those pictures locked behind OnlyFans doesn't mean that somebody ain't sitting up there snatching up those photos and all this other type of stuff and recording all those videos. Those pictures are forever. So at any moment in time that you decide that, this ain't your life no more, you want to be a wife and you want to have kids and all of that, I promise you that past life is going to sit up there and follow you. And that's going to be a problem. Because I can tell you that a lot of these women out here, a lot of these young girls out here, They're not going to tell the dudes in the future that, yo, this is what I used to do. They're not going to sit up there and say that. Those guys are going to end up finding out by dudes on the streets who used to be subscribed to these women before they quote unquote cleaned up their act. Because like I said before, a lot of these women out here are very good liars. They were like, yo, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm an entrepreneur. But what specifically do you do? Let's get at that. What specifically are you doing? Clothing? Are you doing nails? Are you doing like eyelashes, makeup? Like, what are you doing? And like I said, a lot of them aren't going to sit up there and list on the first date, oh, I'm an OnlyFans model. They're not going to sit up there and say that. So you got a lot of these dudes out here going on dates with these random women that got OnlyFans, that be doing all types of stuff, that be just getting slayed on their OnlyFans multiple nights. And you are the guy that's sitting up there kissing that. Better you than me, buddy. Because it ain't going to be me. Ain't going to be me. Like I said before, woo. And I promise you, now, this is the difference, though. People who are in the adult industry, they're made to sit up there and take STI reports. And you can freely look up any adult star. And you can look up their medical health record from the beginning to the end of their career. These OnlyFans models, ain't nobody forcing them to get any type of test at all. So good luck to any of these dudes out here that's dating these OnlyFans models, these OnlyFans girls. Also, good luck to a lot of these dudes that's dating some of these girls that's on IG as well. Some of these top 10, these nines and these tens on IG, they be getting slayed as well. They just don't record it. They be over there in Dubai getting urinated on, feces on their face and on their chest. Good luck with that. You might as well be, at that point in time, you might as well be sitting up there kissing your toilet. Like I said, a lot of these girls that be talking about the entrepreneurs and they making money, they're not telling you how they make their money. They're not telling you how dirty they actually got to sit up there and get. They're not telling you how they got to sit up there and take away the respect that they have, the value that they have, in order to make 5,000, 10,000, 15, 20. They not listing none of that. It's like, oh, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm getting the bag. I'm getting the bag. I'm getting the bag. You getting the bag, all right. You getting the bag and being used up. Because just to be honest, just to be real, they ain't gonna be worth nothing by the time that their husband get to them, because everything that was good is gone. Any value that was there, gone. They don't love themselves anymore. They're trying to work now, trying to figure out who they are. Like I said, a lot of these girls doing like this OnlyFans like type of stuff, they don't have no 5, 10, 15, 20-year plan in the future. It's all about the here and now. It's all about that fast money. Like I said, you got young dudes out here living that fast lifestyle. Like, yo, I'm about to get the money while I can. I'm about to dip and move in the drug game. It's like it's about to be all good. I'm about to be living it. And they lose their lives. But obviously, the women out here don't pay attention to that. They don't pay attention to the amount of risk that you have to take in order to sit up there and live a fast lifestyle. Like I said, men have already made the blueprint. Why would you sit up there and still decide to follow the blueprint as a woman? Oh, I'm different. I'm a woman. I'm not stupid. Same thing. It's not going to happen to me. All right. We'll see where you at in about 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. We'll see how your mental is at that moment in time, how your worth is at that time, how you look and value yourself at that moment in time. Like I said, those be the same type of girls that when a guy that actually cares tries to tell them something, tries to impart some wisdom and some knowledge, they want to sit up there and look at you like the bat. Oh, you just jealous because you can't be with me. Oh, you just mad because you can't make the same money as me. You just broke. like I said, for the women out here, y'all better start talking to these young girls out here. Better start talking to these young girls out here. Because like I said, I done sat up there and made examples and talked about the type of guys that they going to sit up there and like run into. And they don't want to listen. They don't want to believe that fat meat means greasy. They don't want to sit up there and listen. So then when they end up losing their lives because they want to live this fast lifestyle, then it falls back on men. It's like, oh, this is what I'm talking about with men. You guys are violent. You guys are. But men are trying to sit up there and tell these young girls not to be stupid and reckless. The same way that we sit up there and talk to the young men. But like I said before, I don't want to hear that though. Y'all just want to tell us, no, just focus on the men. Just focus on the young men. Don't be trying to tell young women to sit up there and do anything. Y'all been sitting up there trying to tell women what to do with their bodies and how to move for eons. You have no room to tell us nothing. And I'm like, you know what? You're right, sire. You got it, king. No problem. You don't got to worry about me saying nothing. You the champion here. Superman, go handle that. So when anything basically goes wrong, you got that because it ain't no kryptonite out here. So don't nobody got your weakness. So you should be able to fight any and every single battle out here without the Justice League then. You got this, champ. You better believe in that Kryptonian heritage you keep sitting up there talking about. You better start doing some sun dipping and some sun bathing so you can sit up there and start taking out these doomsdays since you so hard out here. Since you can handle everything yourself. You don't need nobody to sit up there and tell you nothing. It's crazy. It's crazy out here. But it's crazy. Oh yeah. Oh, I covered that story. I covered that story. Trust me. I covered that story. And you know the most ignorant thing that took place when I sat up there and made that video about DJ Kid? I still had black women rolling up, but what about black men? But what about black men? Why weren't the black men there to protect their daughters? To protect those women? You can't make this stuff up. You can. I kid you not. If you can happen to go through any of my videos from the very first channel, you can roll through the comments. I probably did about two, maybe three videos on Jason Kidd. I did another video on a European dude in Africa that is known to have had HIV, and he was going around sleeping with African women. And some of these African women now have boyfriends and families and husbands. But like I said, it ain't nothing I can sit up there and say because as women, they got it. They're Superman. They're Hercules. No reason for me to sit up there and say nothing. You're Bruce Wayne and Superman all mixed in one. You got it. You got it. You got it. Like I said before, you want to sit up there and live life as a king, then you better sit up there and hold that crown right. You better hold that crown right. You better hold it nice and tight and right. You better make sure it never slides off. Hurt people, hurt people. That's bars. That's bars. I don't need to be held accountable for ish I haven't done. I graduated college and I am not a criminal. I live in a community I grew up in and work and spend money there. That's bars. Straight bars. Yeah, the straight bars. Go to those who degrade or with, I'm sorry, degenerate activity and tell them to be accountable. When I kill, harm, or rob someone, I will be accountable for my actions. Show how much you care and tap a killer on the shoulder. Ah, oh man, that dude is funny. That was funny. Uh, let me see. Okay, this is going over the picture of the family. Okay, that's bars. But like I said, you can't sit up there and explain that to everybody. Everybody ain't ready for that conversation. Trust me, I didn't try to have those conversations on a lot of live streams. People ain't ready for that. People ain't ready. Like I said, a lot of people are their own self destruction. No problem. You saying that it was misinterpreted? No problem. It happens. Like I said, I've been going for about like almost 3 hours and like 30 minutes right now. So hey, you know what happened? If like I said, if that is what it is, if it was a misinterpretation, hey, it was a misinterpretation. Uh, Woo! I would put that I mean, it's probably already demonetized. Probably don't matter, but I'm just gonna just to make sure because YouTube likes to act funny on certain stuff. Um, let me see. Uh, nah. I've learned from previous live streams to hold it together. I've done a very great job. But no, I just sit up there. I will man. That's the whole thing about that. You just got to sit up there and like take a breath sometimes. Now, before when I was up here and I was like really going deep, like I'm talking to y'all, I'm sitting up here like really going through like memories of being like a teenager and stuff. It was like everything just like it hit, and I was like, damn, didn't expect that to happen. It's like, well, nothing I can do about it now. you know, but nah, it was you just got to sit up there and like woosah and just go through. You just got to, take your time and breathe. That's the main thing I try to tell people in life whenever you're going through situations and and different problems and stuff. You just you gotta sit up there and just you gotta breathe. You just gotta be able to take your time. You know. Yeah, that's bars. It took a while. That's bars. Like I said, I'm going through the comments. That was this is on a part of talking about, like when I was talking about my experience with my father and stuff. You know. But yeah, it took a minute. It took a minute to get there. You know. Yo, Lenard, what is up? 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 Trust me, no words give that understanding. Yeah, that's true. Why? Thank you, Tonda. Thank you. Ah, you know. Um. Wow. Clearly, Lord have mercy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wasn't supposed to list it. Oh, whatever. But yeah. So the the original person that I was referring to is the woman that left this comment about this black father up there. So I think that might have been Nasi what might have taken place. I used what you stated in the comment section in a sense as an example, but I was more so directing all of my energy towards the black woman who left the comment towards the father. Yo, we got the gym. What's up, brother? What's happening? What is happening in these streets? What is up? Oh man, here go this man Mo right here. Lord have mercy. We normally do pretty good when it's like the morning. We normally do pretty good here, guys. We're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good out here. Lord have mercy. Uh oh man, going back through these comments. Yo, Jack, what is up? What is up? You said good morning, Sedge, and everyone in chat. Women are holding these women accountable. There is a pending law in, I think, Georgia, don't recall the state, that a black man put forth where every man that is put on a childbirth certificate has to take a DNA test. If passed, it will be a requirement to take the test. That black man said that the vast majority of people supporting that potential are black women. That is a shocker right there. Let me tell you, that is a shocker. And if he has black women supporting him, much love and appreciation to um, those black women directly out there for seeing the light and understanding how detrimental this is, and understanding that that any potential man that can get blamed for a child that's not his, that can very easily be your son in the up and coming future when he becomes an adult and has relations with a woman. So shout out to those women. Shout out to those black women. All right, Hack said calling it a night. All right, man. Much love and appreciation. Said it's a sad situation. Yeah, that's bars. It is a sad situation. It needs to get fixed. That is bars. There, Tippy. Yeah. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Oh yeah, that part right there, yo. I'm like, black people still voting for this though? He said, "You ain't black unless you vote for me." Then I ain't black. Like on my ID, it says white all day long. I am clearly white. I've been white my whole life. Then if I gotta sit up there and have a white dude tell me I ain't black, if I don't, boy, let me tell you, let me tell you, let me tell you. Educated by European standards. Let me go back to the image. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about this one right here. Did it say where they went to school? Let me see. His wife went to. She is a professor in the Department of Psychology at Stanford University. She's been responsible for the major contributions on investigating the consequences of psychological association between race and crimes through methods such as field studies and laboratory studies, right? And then you have the husband, Ralph Richard Banks, is a professor at Stanford Law School, where he has taught since 1998. He also teaches at the Stanford Graduate School of Education. His scholarship focuses on race, inequality, and the law. He published this book, is Marriage for White People, and How the African American Marriage Decline Affects Everyone in 2011. So yeah, they're pretty educated. Pretty educated. Oh no, trust me, hold on, Tippy, hold on. Hold on. I've spoke highly about her quite a few times. I'm actually subscribed to Pink Lessons. I'm actually subscribed to her. She don't be pulling no punches either. She don't be pulling no punches either. Like she is about that life. She's like, all right, we're gonna be sitting up there taking some. We're gonna be throwing some accountability out here today. We ain't gonna be doing this. Not like I said. I love the fact that she is not, with in a sense the nonsense when it comes to a lot of these things when it deals with like YouTube and social media and stuff like that. Like I said, I love black women who are on task. Like I said before, I can't speak for everybody, right? But for me as a black man, right, growing up as a young black man and growing up in a household where I didn't have a father, for me, and I can only speak for myself, I feel that it is in a sense on me to put some forth of a positive energy, right? To try to steer a lot of these young men out here in a certain type of direction. Because I was there. I've been there. Some other people they might not understand it because they have both parents in a household. So like I said, this battle ain't for them. Like I said, stay focused on, the household that you were in, right? So like I said, for me, I feel like that's what I'm supposed to sit up there and do. So when I sit up there and say that, yo, black men need to sit up there and do better, that's the way I'm going to sit up there and talk, right? So if I'm obviously saying black men in general, but you know that you're not that black man I'm talking about, step to the side. That's why I sit up there and do it. Step to the side. Let me sit up there and get through all of the black men out here so I can specifically get in reach of the ones who are, maybe that they can potentially be helped. They could potentially be, put onto a better path and different stuff like that. Like I said, I'm not for the throw my hands up and just let it be what it's going to sit up there and be. Because regardless of, everybody being an individual, if we all decided to take a trip to Europe by ourselves, everybody there is going to, in a sense, look at you as a monolith. They're going to sit up there and look at you, and whatever you do, they're going to try to, oh, yeah, I seen black people like that on TV. I seen black people like that. That's what they're going to sit up there and do, right? It's going to be an either or type of situation, which is crazy. Like somebody said before, black people aren't a monolith, which is true. But you can't you can't sit up there and help the way that the world is going to sit up there and look at you and how they're going to brand you. There's nothing you can do about that. You're not going to fight 7 billion people and tell them I am not a monolith. I'm not this. I'm not. You're just not. You're going to tire yourself out. You're going to tire yourself out. You're going to be out of energy and you're going to kill yourself trying to sit up there and talk to 7 billion people and try to explain to them how different you are from every other black person out here. It's just not going to happen. But like I said before, I respect the fact that Pink Lessons uses her platform to hold women accountable for the decisions and the choices that they make. And she also showcases, not her just talking, she showcases the examples of women doing this because, like she said in one of her videos, yo, if I didn't sit up there and put this up there, y'all wouldn't sit up there and believe me. And she's 100% right. Because we're at a point in time where people just need examples for every single thing that transpires because people just can't fathom or believe that these are the actual things that are happening out here. It's crazy. It's crazy. Hey, it's hey, you know, that is bars. That is straight bars. We got Charmaine in here. I'm not sure if I said what's up, but what is up? We got FBA Crimson King. What is happening? What is happening? I'm not sure if a lot of y'all still in here. We got Tupac Biggie. What's happening? Oh, dude, yo, bruh, I did a video and I broke down one of her speeches that was like 15 minutes long. And guess what happened? That barely got any views. And all the people that wanted to run their mouth, they were not there trying to run their mouth. Like I said, a lot of these people, they pick and choose. If I bring up a video and I have a black woman as an example, guess what? I'm going to start to hear a lot of mouths. People want to sit up there and start leaving comments. They want to start leaving their disapproval and all these other types of things. It's craziness. It's craziness. Really, really, really. I have to read because I try to get to everybody's comments. I try to respond. That's what I try to do, Tippy. That's what we do here. That's what we do. You know this, Tippy. You've been here. I don't want to hear this. Oh shit. All right, so we're just going to sit up there and overlook. Uh, just gonna overlook comments here. Yo, we got the man Jordan up in here. What's happening, brother? What is happening in these streets? What is happening in these streets? Let me see. I'm making it down. We're at like 7. Oh, we got Kid Grab. I think I said what's up to you though. But what's up? What's up, kid? What's happening? What's happening? We're at what? 7:46 is the actual time, but I'm at 7:23 in the comment section. I'm rolling down. I'm rolling down. I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to catch up. Um, let me see. Yo, like I said, I have a lot of videos. I have a lot of videos where you can just hear me break. And it's like it's tough because like I said before, I do my best to try to advocate for, kids on this platform. More than me just talking about the system and all the other, problems like that. I try to do my best to like advocate for kids. And it's like knowing the fact that you got adults out here that are willing to go to the lengths to destroy a child and to take that life away from this plane of existence. Like, yo, that does something. That does something. So it's like it's hard to not feel a certain type of way about that, because no matter where you go, you see kids. So it's like whenever I see kids, in the back of my mind, I'm like, are they okay? Like, I want to ask them, are they fine? Like, are they treating you well? But if I were to sit up there and do that, it would look strange on my part, and people would call the police on me, right? So I could just hope. I could just hope that all of these kids out here that I happen to see every single day walking with adults, I have to hope that they are fine at night. I have to hope that they're not experiencing and seeing things that they shouldn't. I have to hope that they're born into a decent family that's not going to cause them any type of harm, physical, psychological, or both. And it's like at that point, every single day walking through life like that, it's like you got that helpless feeling, like you want to sit up there and do something, but you know that you can't. So, it's tough. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it. Luckily, you're a moderator, so Oh man, wow! Throw some turtles in chat. What are those ducks? Or is that like a violent? She threw sloths in the chat. Are you serious? That's what we doing out here? Wow. All right. Wow. That's what we're doing out here. That's crazy. That's crazy. Even got Mo doing it. Wow. Wow. That's crazy out here. You are correct. I think he's reading my comments and purposefully skipping them. You are 100% correct. You get a cookie. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. See, we got somebody in here. We see we have an adult in here. Best behavior. That's what I'm talking about, Tia. That's what I'm talking about. That's right. That is right. Best behavior. You're right, Tonda. I can't take y'all nowhere. I can't take y'all nowhere at all. We finally made it to the bottom of the chat. Finally made it to the bottom of the chat. There you go. Congratulations. Made it to the bottom of the chat. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And I'm clearly not going to read that comment either. I should scroll back up and just go directly. Matter of fact, I got this. Let me just walk over that comment. That's bars. Y'all tripping. That's bars. That's 100% bars. Straight seasoning. Loris bars. Straight tripping out here. But yeah, man, it's like a lot of this stuff out here is crazy, man. It's crazy. It's completely crazy. Like one day, the funny part is I just thought about this. I'm thinking out this plastic bottle, and I just realized I had read an article where they stated that scientists have now recently discovered microplastics within uh within blood, right? Because we're always drinking out of plastics, right? And of course, over time, things are going to, whatever is holding this is going to seep directly into the water. Of course, we can't sit up there and see it or anything like that, but that's what takes place. So you know wow, obviously can't roll. Whoo, almost clicked them up. That's right, Tonda. Hilarious. Here to make Seji laugh. Hilarious. Completely hilarious. You guys are hilarious. I love you guys a lot. Love you guys a lot. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Like in all honesty though, in all honesty, like all like jokes aside, I will sit up and say that for all of the moderators, directly out here, y'all been with me from like both platforms and different things like that, and a lot of even some of like the newer people. I love you guys a lot, and thank you guys for a lot of the kind words and the support um, that you guys have given me, over the many months, the days, and like the years and different, stuff like that. Because it goes a long way. It goes a long way. Um, because you got to try to keep focus. You got to try to keep focus on a lot of things, and you guys help out with a lot of things from like the laughs and um, just a lot of the positive comments. Like I said, it matters. Don't think that it doesn't. Don't think that I'm not seeing the comments, because I do. It's just a lot of times like I'll just roll through it like a Rolodex real quick. I'm rolling through like the comments, and then I take that energy, and then I do like my videos and different stuff like that. So that's why y'all might see me responding to comments a little bit late on the platform, because I'm trying to keep up that energy that was basically gathered, and basically keep moving. you know yep, we are exposed to plastics from everything. Yeah, yeah. So like I said, this is why it'd be good for people to start looking up some stuff about detoxing and different things like that, trying to detox your blood and different things of that nature, so you can get a lot of these harmful things out. Because I'm more than likely sure that if we were to work on cleansing and cleaning out our bodies, that we would feel a lot better. I'm pretty sure like my skin is jacks. My hair is probably jacked right now too. I got to sit up there and like focus on eating better. You know, you know. Um, but yeah, like I said, love you guys a lot. I'm very much shocked that we got about like 50 anything directly in this live stream. Like I said, I know a lot of y'all staying in the background because y'all don't want no comments to happen to show up in the video. I get it. I got it. No problem. No problem. I 100% get that. But he said, what? At least you have a hairline. I mean, yeah, I got one. Like, yeah, we up in here. We in here. We got that. It could be straightened up, but it is what it is. I'm cool with that. You know, like I said, I'm looking forward to being 60, 50, still having a hairline. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's what I want to see right there. Still got their hairline, cause whew, don't let me have a hairline out here, and I can still get my hair cut, and I'm good. Who I'm about to be breaking out waves. We're gonna be like 50 and 60. We're about to be breaking out waves out here. People don't know. A brother got plans. Yeah, I'm gonna have the cleanest white waves you ever seen in your life. It's gonna be like probably like some salt and pepper, like gray waves. It's gonna be looking crisp. You ain't never gonna see no waves like mine. What? Telling you, telling you. Oh man, you know what? I'm done. I'm done. I don't know what to say. This is ridiculous. Like I said, all the All the laughs. Lord have mercy. Like I said, this is crazy. This is crazy out here. Lord have mercy. I'm glad these are not the videos where I would automatically have the chat showing directly on video. Lord have mercy. I would have to sit up there and block out a lot. Wait, what did they say about this bottle? Water be tasting odd. Like I said, it's that plastic, man. So I gotta get that not the purifier. I gotta get that I forgot what it is. Whenever I happen to buy it later on, I'll sit up there and do a video and I'll show y'all what it is. Nah, man, I ain't trying to be like Stephanie. I'm good on that. I'm good. I'm good. Let me see. Well, I mean, that's America. That's the normalcy. You can't expect white America to care about what's happening to black people. Like they're not gonna care. They're not gonna care at all. Um, and nor are they going to fix the situation because, like I said, these are the same individuals where their populations are dwindling. Their birth rate is dwindling. They are, in a sense, more than any other group out here, are seeking partners of different ethnicities. So, like I said, a lot of this is they cause themselves. They cause themselves. So, if this is their way of trying to dwindle down a population, that's what they're going to sit up there and do. Because, like I said, when you actually look at it, you look at the police force, it's white angry men with guns. That's all it is. They're angry at life. They're angry because they can't get the girl that they want because they probably lost them to a black guy. They're mad because the women that they seek are not finding them attractive or don't really want them at all, or a variety of genetic um, types of things, that some people are born with, can't really do nothing about, and they want to take that out on who they feel is a threat. And who do they feel is a threat? Black men. Black men. So it is what it is. At the end of the day, it is what it is. Like I said, I would hope that that person gets the justice that they deserve, but I can't hold my breath on that because it is what it is. It's America. They'll make examples out of certain police just to make the public think that, oh, see, look over here, see, the justice system does work. We really do care about the blacks, right? So they'll decide to do certain things like that at the end of the day. Like I said, there's a variety of things that black people can do to actually fix um these things, but you know it is, like I said, it's sad to say, but it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, a government sanctioned lynch mob. That's bars. It's bars. That is straight bars. Um, wait, let me see. Um, I mean, I already covered that. Like I covered that earlier. Like, should no dude be sitting up there be getting on Happy Mother's Day? Like I said, that's great. I think I talked about that earlier on, like the first, maybe the first or the second hour. I think I covered that. But like I said before, should no mother be accepting of being called a father, and should no father be accepting, especially like I said, I'm a man at the end. Should no black man out here ever, ever in life be accepting of being called a mother? Never. I'm sorry. I don't care how that sounds. I don't care what group anybody is a part of. I'm saying for me as a black, like, yo, I'm sorry. Nah, nah. I'm sorry. Nope. You can miss me with that. Miss me with that. Oh man, Lord have mercy. Oh man, that's yo, that's something right there. It's my response to everything that she wrote will be tears right now, because like I'm crying while also dying at the same time. It's like it's oh oh man, that's cold blooded. Oh man. Whoo. Oh man, yo, tears. Let me tell you, that's tears. Yo, hold on, wait a minute. Your name is Rhea Loki. Hold on, let me tell you. The only reason I can pronounce that name is because I've played Elden Ring for so many hours, and I've had to sit up there and go to this one area in this area on the map in order to be able to re-level up my characters. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, yeah, I got that. Bars. That's bars. The straight bars right there. Straight bars. My man got the fresh. He got the wave cap on. No, no, that's the classic all black. That's a fresh do rag right there. You see the shine on that boy? Yo, that's crazy. That man got that's probably a silk. Oh, that was probably a silk do rag right there, man. Yo, let me tell you, I don't know what it was with the do rags I bought. I don't think mine were ever that shiny. I think I was getting gypped. That boy got them the silk ones right there. That's the nice ones. Well, you got to make sure you got like the waves, and you put that bad boy on. It's not clinging to like none of your hair. Yo, that man Jay, he got money. He ain't playing. That man is not playing out here. He got that silk do rag out here. But yeah, Tippy right. They did it on a commercial, and the little boy gave a card to his dad and told him Happy Mother's Day. I don't know what to tell people. Yo, DSA1, what is happening? What is happening in these streets? Much love and appreciation to you. Um, Not much. We're doing pretty good. We're on 4 hours at this moment in time. Actually, this is a lot longer than what I would actually or have been normally streaming. So I'm actually quite shocked that I was still in front of the camera at this moment in time talking. I'm actually quite surprised. Quite surprised. Um, Rhea Loki said it's from an old anime, Mythical Detective Loki. Ah, okay, okay, okay. I got you. I got you. I got you. But yeah, that Rhea, I think what was it called? Rhea Lucaria. It's a if you play Elden Ring, you're going to see your same name directly on Elden Ring. It's going to show up there, and that is a problem. At school, depending on what your level is on Elden Ring, when you're just starting off, that is a problem. That is a problem. Let me tell you, I might just one day up here, I might just stream some Elden Ring, and I might just restart like a new character or something, and and just do it that. Technically, I could probably just continue from my previous character that I left off on. I think what was the level of my first character? I think like 15 or 18. Because I started one character, I left that character and restarted on another one, but magically I became overly successful with that brand new character. I don't know what it was. Like it was crazy. My first character was like I just couldn't get right. But out of all of the hard work and the hours I done spent in the Elden Ring world, I am a champion. I am the king. I am the king. Only people who play Elden Ring will understand. You know. Uh Yellow Boy the Third said, I missed the live, but I'm here. Yo, much love and appreciation, and we are glad to have you here at this moment in time. We've touched on a variety of topics. My brain is a little bit confuddled at this moment in time. Of course, that is not a word, but we're going to use it as a word today. The word is confuddled, which means confused, fuzzy brain, fuzzy minded, fogginess. That is the definition of confuddled. you know, confused and muddled as a secondary term. You know, Awaken said Native Americans are not being financially paid for the revenue that some national parks bring in. Hey, that's a personal problem. Let me tell you something. That's up to them because, as I read off from that article, that was up to the United States to do that, and that was up to the Native Americans during that time to make sure that the United States was going to keep that agreement to honor whatever it was, to make sure that they were going to get their due payment because they were the trustees of that land. And as the trustees of that land, the United States was like, you know what? We don't really care about it. We ain't gonna pay y'all, but we gonna take all of that money and we gonna have y'all on these lands right here. We got you though. We got you though. You're not gonna have any plumbing because you don't want to be a part of us, but we want to make sure to give y'all like some alcohol and stuff like that just to make it fine and dandy. So now you guys from Native Americans hooked on alcohol and different types of drugs. I wonder why. So, um, let me see. Yo, oh man, and the area all around you, and at the end of the world is. Yo, now, well, technically, on from my ending, yeah, the world is quite jacked up. I'm like, hey, we just gonna. I just want to watch everything burn. I'm like, it is what it is. I made my deal. It's whatever. Whatever comes with it is whatever comes with it. I'm like, I made my choice. Everything is on fire. Let me tell you, it is not a game out there. Everything is torched. It is like the sun came too close to the planet. Oh boy, oh boy. Let me tell you. So now we gotta make that other run through. Technically, that's one ending out of seven because they said that there was actually another ending that we could have gotten, but they took that ending directly out of the game, which is crazy. So we got six endings altogether. So I got one out of the six. So I got five more left to actually do. Yep, I've already covered those videos. I've done those all on the previous platform. I've done that all before. But it's like it really doesn't matter because it's not enough good cops actually doing it. Because if there were actually enough good cops doing it, I wouldn't have to talk about the bad cops. We wouldn't have all of the things that basically transpire. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. But what I'm going to sit up here and do here at the moment in time is that I'm going to end this live stream. We got a clear cut 50 in here. Much love and appreciation. I love everybody that was in here. How did 3 people just roll up in here? How dare you try to roll in here when I'm trying to end this live stream? But much love and appreciation. I love everybody who came through to the live stream. Even if you didn't say anything directly in the chat, that's completely fine. No problem. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. Sitting here, watching the conversations, listening to me, rant and talk and different things of that nature. Hopefully you're able to learn something, take something directly from it, learn something new about myself, and different things of that nature. I don't do these as frequently as I used to because there was times that we had, live streams back to back where they were about 15 hours long. I kid you not. The longest that we've had here was about like 22 hours. And then that got cut. And then I think I had to restart the stream or something. I forgot what it was. But yeah. Let me see. Yep. 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 I see fire. Like I said, if you don't know that song, listen to Ed Sheeran. That song goes directly with my ending for Elden Ring. It was the song that they used for what was the name of that movie? It has Smog in it. Lord of the Rings. I think what was it? It was stated that Ed Sheeran wrote that song in about like 15 minutes, which is crazy. That's a good song. I love that song. I love that song. It's a pretty good song. But yes, 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 yes. As Light has basically stated, much love, support, and appreciation to everybody that rolled up to the stream. Love you guys a lot. Have a good morning. Have a good day. Stay positive. Stay healthy. And what was it? What do I usually say? What was it? Peace. I can't even get my own stuff right. Um, peace, love, and stay tuned for the next video.